The following is a compilation of over 4 hours of allegedly true and scary small-town stories I've told in the past. Because small towns make for one of the most unsettling locations, apparently. Enjoy, and don't forget to send me your scary stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org so I can narrate them. Also, be sure to catch my other podcast, Tales from the Break Room, where I narrate work-related horror stories. Now, let's begin. Possible werewolf encounter in Jamestown, Colorado. Collected by Philly 100. First off, I'd just like to say it's fascinating how many of these types of stories come out of Colorado. But I think the reasons for that are twofold. One, the high human population density living so close to vast wilderness areas. And two, the percentage of that population whose hobbies and passions take them deep out into the backcountry of this beautiful wild state that is Colorado. This story happened to two of my best friends, C and P, out on the old Bar K Ranch, where we all used to live up in Jamestown, Colorado. But don't be fooled by the name. This isn't your grandfather's cattle ranch. No, the old Bar K covers thousands of acres of rugged mountain terrain, steep rocky cliffs and jagged granite spires like citadels or sentries standing guard to either side of James Creek as it snakes its way down the unforgiving canyon. It's such a wild place. You can almost imagine the Native Americans living and hunting out here, as truly very little has changed since then. We used to have mock battles, whereupon we would try to sneak up on each other with snowballs, which probably wasn't the wisest idea after all, as we later spoke with a forest ranger who told us that there is a rather robust mountain lion population living in that area, and that they've evolved to live in prides of sorts, similar to those of African lions. And we would see lots of tracks too, including cougar, bobcat, coyote, and bear tracks, not to mention scat. Wolves have also made their way back down into northern Colorado as well, and there's a known pack not too far away from there. The town of James itself, originally called Jamestown after Jim Smith, an early pioneer, is an old gold mining town and modern home to the Mercantile Cafe, a super cool bar and restaurant that features delicious home-cooked meals and live music almost every night of the week. Dogs and roving packs of wild mountain children roam the streets, and the river flows right through a picturesque mountain park smack in the middle of town. Jamestown is about 30 minutes northwest of Boulder, and the Bar K is maybe about 7 to 10 miles west of that. But on to the story, which will be from C's perspective, then follow up with P's 2 cents. It was late one night that P and I decided to hike up the canyon from Jamestown to the property, as it were, to pay our friend Jay a surprise visit. Well, we got up there and Jay was already asleep in bed with his lady, so we felt pretty foolish and started making our way back down the canyon. Only we thought we'd take a shortcut back through the cliffs. It was quite dark and we didn't have any flashlights, but there was just enough moonlight to guide our way. It was deathly quiet, and I figured there must be a big cat or maybe even a bear stalking around. But we didn't pay it much mind. The wildlife here is rather reticent, and it's typically only young cats that will attack, then run away as they're just learning to interact with the environment around them. But that's when we heard a very peculiar sound. It sounded like bones breaking, like these really loud snapping and popping sounds. I looked around but couldn't see anything, and again I figured it must be a cougar enjoying the bloody spoils of her late-night hunt. We kept going maybe another 50 yards into the central cliff section and were discussing whether to go right or left around the central spires, when something caught my eye. There were these 2 yellow lights, a good 100 yards or so down the gully to the left, and at first I thought it was 2 hikers, or maybe forest rangers out looking for us. This would be pretty random though, I thought, as although you're but a stone's throw from civilization by car, this is a truly remote and isolated location. Suddenly, a sound I can only describe as a guttural roar erupted up the gully, shattering the eerie silence and shaking me to my core. I felt paralyzed with shock and fear, and I could literally feel the vibrations penetrate my body. P snapped me out of my trance, grabbing me by the back of my shirt and pulling me back up around to the right of the spires. "What the heck was that?" I whispered, shakily. I don't know, man. We need to build a fire. Fast. P was already gathering small twigs and sticks, raking his hands through the dirt, building a crude pile of leaves and small sticks and things like that. I began grabbing some larger sticks and branches, while P lit the pile with his lighter, blowing gently to stoke the small nascent flame. I was nervously checking over my shoulder, and I thought I saw something moving in the shadows, but I couldn't really tell if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Come on, put those sticks here like this. P began building a teepee around the still smoldering brush pile. We both began blowing on it, and before long, the fire sprung to life. Just then, we were hit with a smell that reminded me of dog scat that's been left to sit out in the sun for too long. We kept blowing on the fire, adding more and more larger sticks, anything we could find. The flames were rising higher and higher, and sap-fueled sparks were flying off into the night around us. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I grabbed a burning branch, whipping it around, only to see these two yellow eyes glaring back at me. This thing was only about 20 yards out now, and the eyes were a solid 8 feet off the ground. It was just staring at me, but I could sense a highly evolved sense of intelligence in its gaze, that and a piercing, spiteful malice. You could almost feel the pure, unadulterated hatred emanating off of this thing. That's when I heard what sounded like a branch breaking behind us. We whipped around to see another pair of yellow eyes behind us. The two sets of eyes started moving counterclockwise around the outer rim of light cast from the now burning fire. P was frantically throwing more and more fodder on the fire, and I was low-key nervous about starting a forest fire. I was running around the fire with my makeshift torch, but the light it cast was weak at best. We heard, or rather felt, another ear-piercing roar, which almost knocked me to the ground this time, followed by a low, wolf-like growl. Then there was a deep huffing sound, before the eyes seemed to peel off into the darkness. We heard heavy bipedal footfall fading away up the mountain canyon. We continued throwing dried-out timber onto the fire until the wee hours of the morning, when I think we may have actually dozed off. We got up and kicked a bunch of rocks and dirt onto the fire, and boy, when I tell you we straight up sprinted down the canyon back into town, where we hopped in my truck, which had coincidentally been broken into by a bear, because I was an idiot and had left a freshly caught brook trout in there. We drove our tails back down to Gold Hill. End of the encounter. On to P's 2 cents. We were obviously very curious as to just what we had encountered that night. This was back before the days of Reddit and all those YouTube horror channels. But when we did Google it, we kept seeing the same thing pop up over and over again. Dogman. The name itself sounded sort of silly to me, as it invokes an image of some sort of half-man, half-dog monstrosity, with a human face and dog ears or something like that, reminiscent of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. If you know, you know. Whereas whatever we had encountered was clearly a true apex predator. Nothing funny about it. And ultimately, we didn't even really see it. We just saw the eyes, so there's really no telling what it was. To be fair, it could have been a bear for all we knew. But there are no bears in this region that are that big and aggressive, or that have glowing yellow eyes like that. At least, not that I'm aware of anyway. These beasts or entities, whatever you want to call them, seem to be more territorial than anything. And I'm guessing that we aren't their natural prey. Though there are a staggering number of missing persons reports in the Colorado Rockies, heck, the American West in general, and there's gotta be something behind it, right? The crime scene that made me quit the police force. From Byron Siren. I guess you could say I'm haunted by the past. Sounds cliche, right? But when you've seen what I've seen, it tends to stick with you. Our town was a quiet place, barely a blip on the map. Everyone knew everyone, and the most trouble we'd ever seen was the odd case of public drunkenness or a petty theft. That all changed one night in our southern Texas town. I was new to the force back then. Still wet behind the ears, they'd say. My radio squawked into life in the middle of the night one night, disturbing the usual static. Dispatch was on the line. The woman's voice was shaky. "Reports of screams coming from the Pearsons' ranch house on the outskirts." Quick note, the names in this story have been changed for the sake of anonymity. My gut twisted. The Pearsons were a good family. I answered dispatch. "Byron here. Who was the caller on that?" Dispatch soon replied. "The caller wished to remain anonymous." "All right, on my way." To be honest, unease festered inside me at that moment. After about 25 to 30 minutes, I pulled up to the Pearson ranch. The first thing that hit me was the silence. Not the comforting quiet like before, but an oppressive one. No insects chirping, not even wind rustling through the trees, just dead silence. The house was pitch black, save for one flickering porch light. Its feeble glow threw monstrous shadows across the yard. I shivered despite the summer heat. A chill of dread ran down my spine. I got out and approached the house, my flashlight in hand. The moment I opened that door, the smell hit me like a punch in the gut. Metallic, rotten. I swallowed down the bile rising in my throat. The house was even more silent somehow, quiet as a grave. Each creak of the floorboards under my weight sounded like a gunshot. The faint light from the flashlight danced over splashes of red on the floor and walls. I'd seen enough horror films to know what it was, but nothing prepares you for the real thing. Navigating the house was like wading through molasses. Each step took me deeper into the horror, and with it, the evidence of a struggle was clear as day. Furniture knocked over, frames shattered, a streak of that dreadful red across the wallpaper. The silence was replaced by the thump of my heart in my ears and the ragged sound of my breathing. The wooden floor creaked under my weight, every groan of the aged timber echoing my growing terror. It was the living room where I found them. The family of four I'd known for years, the Pearsons, now unrecognizable. They'd been skinned alive. Their vacant eyes stared into nothingness, faces twisted in a haunted way, screams frozen in time. I stood rooted to the spot, my mind rejecting the scene before me, but the raw, bloodied bodies didn't lie. Racing out of that hellish place, I doubled over in the bushes, vomiting until my stomach clenched in painful spasms. I'd seen bodies before, car crashes, heart attacks, even someone who had taken their own life once. But nothing could have prepared me for that grotesque spectacle inside. It was like the most nightmarish painting come to life. I'd stumbled right into the heart of darkness, the ugly, horrible side of humanity. The cool night air did little to soothe me. I could still smell the metallic tang of blood, the putrid scent of decay lingering in my nostrils. I gasped, sucking in lungfuls of air, trying to purge the image seared into my mind. It was then I noticed a symbol scratched into the wooden door frame, a mark I'd seen before in confidential files down at the station, one of the Mexican cartel's calling card. Gritting my teeth, I pulled out my radio. Dispatch answered on the first ring. I relayed the scene to her, my voice a tight, clipped monotone. I heard her sharp intake of breath as I mentioned the cartel's mark. The line went silent for a moment before she promised to send backup. Then all was quiet again. I paced the yard, hands shaking, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. I waited for backup. All the while, my mind played a twisted game on me, forcing the looping images of the carnage inside into my head. I kept coming back to that mark. The cartel had reached our quiet town, leaving their bloody message on a family's doorstep. My skin crawled at the thought. I prayed this wasn't the start of a war that our small town force was ill-equipped to handle. And right then, all I could do was wait. trapped in a horror I couldn't escape. Those long minutes waiting for backup felt like hours. Alone in the dark, my thoughts turned over the gruesome scene I'd witnessed. The image of the family, brutally disfigured, was etched into my mind. The peace of my small town felt like a distant memory, tainted by the violent presence of the cartel. The quiet streets and friendly faces were marred by a bloody, unseen horror. Then it hit me. A realization which sent a fresh wave of cold dread washing over me. The screams. The initial report that led me here. They weren't from the Pearsons. The Pearsons' ranch was too far removed from the other residents for anyone to hear, much too far from the road for passers-by to hear it. But someone had. Someone who was close enough. My heart pounded in my chest. The dispatcher's words echoed in my mind. The caller wished to remain anonymous. The dread coiled around my gut, pushing me back to my cruiser. Safety was just across the yard. My legs felt like lead as I forced myself to move. I reached for the handle when I saw it. Bloody handprints smeared across my cruiser's windows. The sight nearly took my breath away. They had been watching me. I retired from the force not long after that. The weight of that night was too much to bear. Now, years later, I'm just an old man haunted by memories. I've told this story before, at bars, at gatherings, even around campfires. Each retelling is like peeling a scab off an old wound. It hurts, but maybe that's my penance. The bloody handprints never left me, a cruel memento from the darkest moment of my life. I'll always wonder about the person who called in that night. Did they know what they were leading me into? Were they the one who left those bloody handprints on my cruiser? Were they the one watching? I suppose I'll never know. The memory of that night is like a shadow, always there, lurking at the edges of my mind. It's my own personal horror story, a chilling tale that still sends shivers down my spine, reminding me of a peace forever shattered, and how close I came to being skinned alive myself. The Chick-fil-A Flayer. From Anonymous. I should begin by saying this is a true story, and as of writing this happened 6 months ago in mid-November of 2017. I was working at Chick-fil-A in my hometown in New Mexico. It's only a small town, with 5,000 people at the most, but that's enough background. It all started when I was called in to cover the night shift for a new employee who had not shown up for work. This was the third shift in a row, and my manager called me. I didn't mind going in because money is money, and I knew the other fellow employees I'd been friends with for a while were working, so I thought the time would go by pretty quick. Beyond them, there were 3 other staff members working as well, but I didn't know them very well. They'd only started in the last few months. I hadn't really worked up the courage to interact with them just yet. I'll assign them names for this story: Alex, Luke, and Eric. My 2 friends are Lucy and Sam. To be clear, Alex was the manager. That night in particular, things were a little strange. We didn't see anywhere near as many customers as we usually did, but I didn't mind. Maybe the workload would be a bit lighter that way. Although the shift would be longer because of it. At around 11 o'clock, Luke and Alex walked out and went home, leaving Eric, Sam, Lucy, and myself to hold down the fort during the last hour of the night shift. Then, to our surprise, there was an influx of customers. In the span of 10 minutes, we'd served 20 customers, and it got a bit rushed. During the rush, Eric accidentally hurt himself, burning his hand on the grill. Lucy had to take him to the hospital, leaving me and Eric to finish serving the others, clean up, and close up at 12, when we were due to close. Apart from the influx of customers, everything went normally, except we were spread thin, and we had to stay behind an extra half hour to clean up after we had closed. Once we finished cleaning up, Eric left, and I closed things down for the night. I'd been working there for 2 years, so I guess Sam thought he could trust me to do it. Anyway, I locked the door and proceeded to walk to my car. But before I could even get to my car, I felt something hit me in the back of the head. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in a lounge chair. I tried to get up, but I couldn't move at all. The only thing I could compare that to was sleep paralysis. At this point, I was beginning to panic. 1,000 things ran through my head. Who did this? Why? Why can't I move? You know, the basics when you wake up in that kind of situation. I started to try and yell for help, but all that came out was an unintelligible mumble, kind of like someone speaking when they just had a stroke. It was at that point I heard a voice. Good, you woke up. My eyes darted to where the voice had come from. They were just outside of my range of vision, considering I couldn't even move my head or any muscle for that matter. By then, I was absolutely terrified. A million questions, a million thoughts rushed through my mind. Then, the person who had been talking walked out into the open. They were big. It was Eric, standing there with a surgical face mask. His eyes looked sinister, and he had a scalpel in his hand. I started to freak out. He proceeded to say, "Been wanting to do this for months." Without a second thought, he took the scalpel to my arm and started to slice, and it looked as if he had done it before. The pain was unbearable, but I couldn't move, just whimper. Then, thank God, sirens and lights. It was the police. Eric stood up with the knife, unsure of what was going on, and in seconds the police had kicked the door down. In a flash, with Eric unwilling to drop his scalpel, the police shot him. Not long after, the paramedics arrived. The police had managed to stop the bleeding and had realized he had drugged me, a substance to prevent me from running and possibly bleeding out too. Perhaps he wanted me to watch him remove the flesh from my own body. I would later find out the only reason I was alive was because Lucy and Sam had returned to the store and noticed my car was still there. They proceeded to watch the security footage to find out where I went, and they saw that I'd been struck in the head by Eric. They called the cops right away. I also found out I was not his first victim. The person whose shift I had been covering was the first. He had missed his shifts because Eric had apparently killed him. What is the devil? From Sammy65. This story was told to me by my grandmother. I'll do my best to tell it myself. She lives in a small town in Mexico with her youngest daughter who takes care of her. The property she lives on is fairly large. There's my grandmother's house on one corner, and on the opposite corner, 3 other houses, one for each of my uncles. Only one of my uncles lives in one of those houses, another lives in the US, and the other passed away years ago. One night, my grandmother heard loud barking and whining coming from one of the dogs outside. There are 5 dogs on the property. They can be very territorial and aggressive if strangers or animals approach the place. My grandmother thought someone was trying to break into the house. She wanted to go outside and check around herself, but if there really was someone out there, she wouldn't be able to do much. So instead, she went to wake up my aunt. As she made her way over to my aunt's room, she heard something being dragged outside. She paused for a minute, paying close attention to the sound. She could tell it was heavy because the dragging sound was slow. The other 4 dogs began barking then, and it sounded like all heck had broken loose. My grandmother hurried to my aunt's room. My aunt was a deep sleeper and was sleeping peacefully in bed, unaware of what was happening. She shook her in a hurry, calling her name, "Laura, Laura!" It took a minute, but my aunt woke up, asking what was wrong. "The dogs are going crazy. I think there's someone out there." My aunt stood from the bed, looking out the window. but she couldn't see much, and all she heard was barking. Maybe the dog saw an animal or something. You know how they get. No, something's going on. I heard something being dragged around down there. Call your brother. He'll be able to see if someone's out there. My aunt called my uncle multiple times, but every time it went directly to voicemail. There wasn't any way they could leave the house without being seen. The house had 2 exits, but they were both in front of the house, one door located on the far right and the other on the far left. They would be seen if they tried to leave. They began getting anxious. The dogs were still going crazy outside, and they'd gotten closer to the house. They could hear the barking right outside the front door. What if we check it out? We could open the front door, but not the screen one. My aunt was hesitant, but agreed. They both made their way towards the door and quietly opened it. It was dark outside, and they couldn't see much. Something caught my grandmother's eyes in the corner of the property. It was a large, pitch-black shape that was slowly moving on the ground. Look, my grandmother whispered, pointing towards the thing. My aunt followed her finger and noticed the shape. What is that? Although it was dark outside, this thing was darker than the night, and it was moving towards the line of trees. The trees on the property weren't the nicest. They had a very rough exterior, making it hard to climb on them. But this thing had begun making its way up one of them. The dogs moved closer to it and surrounded the tree, barking aggressively at it. The light from the moon gave them just enough light to see some of the features of this thing. It looked almost like a blob, having no real shape. It was hairy, extremely hairy, with matted fur. There was no tail or ears, arms or legs, nothing that they could see. What is that? My aunt asked, scared, unable to look away from the thing. This thing had disappeared within the leaves of the tree branches, but it wasn't long before it had begun going back down. Dear God, it's coming back down. My grandmother breathed out in a panic. The dogs then stopped barking. They went from trying to kill this thing to being afraid. They cowered with their tails tucked between their legs as they shook violently, backing away, whimpering. The eyes of this thing were barely visible, but they were there. Pitch black like everything else about it, but you could feel its sinister gaze. It was watching them. My grandmother began praying silently. The thing had made its way back down the tree and was moving towards the direction of the others' houses. They watched as it made its way through the yard, between the houses, and over the cement wall that separated the properties. They watched as it continued up towards the hills, and as it did, other dogs from other properties began barking loudly just as theirs had been. When it reached the top of the hill, past all the houses, it stood up and ran off, disappearing into the night. The next day, my grandmother told all her kids what she had seen. No one knew what it was. It didn't look like any animal they'd ever seen, and no animal had ever tried climbing those trees. They haven't seen it since, but ever since that night, something hasn't felt right. My mother says it was the devil himself paying them a visit. Says that it takes up different forms to pay visits to people. It wouldn't be the first time someone in the family got paid a visit by something inhuman. Basement Dweller, from Romia Chick. In a small town in Ohio, there is a very old house. A house I got the pleasure of moving into when I was 12. My father decided to buy the house out of the blue, and within a month, we were moved in and settled. The house was nice. To the right side of our kitchen, we had this basement. We built onto that house, adding an attached garage next to the dining room with a mudroom and laundry room. Now, my brother and I always had a lot in common. He was only 4 years younger than me. The biggest thing we had in common was how odd we were. Dad always said we were weird kids. Well, the 3 of us, my 2 brothers and I, were always home alone after school until the parents got off work. When I got off the bus, I went straight to my bedroom to do homework and watch House. I noticed while studying during that time, I would keep hearing this tapping sound. It drove me crazy. I would hear it almost every day. On this particular day, I just had to figure out what it was. We hadn't lived in the house very long at that point, but the strange things already started. I set my homework stuff down and listened for the sound. My brothers were already upstairs doing their own homework, although it sounded more like one of them was on their Xbox. I crept down the hallway, listening to the tap, tap, tap. My heart began beating harder as I followed these taps into the kitchen. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was coming from our basement. My hand trembled as I reached for the basement doorknob. "Don't!" My little brother grabbed my hand to stop me. I jumped and looked over at him. "What's wrong, Trav?" I asked, feeling confused. He looked terrified and pale. "It's down there," he said softly. My eyes widened. "What? What is it?" He went quiet and looked to the ground. Eventually, he shrugged and replied, "I don't know." He was scared, I could tell. Normally, he wasn't like that. A few days passed by, and the tapping was getting louder, or maybe I just focused on it more. It was a Saturday, and my parents went out for a date night, so I was in charge of my brothers. They were upstairs playing games, and I was in the kitchen making ramen. Then the tap, tap, tapping came again. I couldn't stand it. I put the hot water into the noodles and walked to the basement door. I hesitated as I reached for the door handle. My heart was in my throat as I turned the handle. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. I opened the door while I held my breath. It was so dark inside, I couldn't see anything. I reached for the switch in the darkness. With a click, it slowly glowed to life. I peered through the dim light, searching for whatever that tapping was coming from. At first, I didn't see anything, but my stomach was in knots. Something was down here. I crept down the steps slowly, staring around the room. With every step, I thought my heart was going to force its way through my chest. The stairs creaked as I stepped off the last step, and an icy blast shot through me. Then, the tapping stopped. I was left in a deafening silence in that dark room. Chills ran down my spine as I forced myself to swallow. Then I heard this gurgling sound right in my ear. It made me jump, and I sped back up the stairs as fast as I could go. I swear I felt something watching me as I slammed the door shut behind me. "I told you," whispered Trav. I couldn't breathe. Gasping, I said, "What was that?" He didn't answer again for a long while, but eventually said, "It scares me at night." Trav was looking at the floor then. His words echoed in my ears. "Have you seen it?" I asked. He kept looking at his feet for a while, until his head slowly tilted up to meet my gaze. He slowly nodded. "Well, what does it look like?" I asked, clasping his shoulder. He shook his head hard, and his eyes welled up with tears. I hugged him. "It's okay. We'll get it out of here somehow, I promise." I released him and took a step back. A few weeks go by, and we've ignored the thing lurking in the basement. The whole family was sitting at the dinner table eating dinner. It was a rare occasion when we were all together like this. I swallowed a bite of food and looked at my father. I remember him talking about work and how rough it was being in charge of a company. After he was done talking, I side-glanced over at Trav, who seemed to be staring at the basement door. I cleared my throat. So, do you believe in ghosts?" I asked out loud as if it were no big deal. Trav dropped his fork, looked at Dad, then back to me. "A ghost? What has you on that?" Dad chuckled. Yeah, aliens, ghosts, Bigfoot. They could be possible. If you have water and you have light, you have to have life. My stepmom huffed. What? None of those things are real. She laughed. Trav looked down at his food with a sad expression. Dad looked back at my stepmom and laughed. Of course you don't believe, he said. They argued playfully about this for another 10 minutes. I knew that wouldn't have gone well, but at least I could blame it on my weirdness and move on. Later on that night, Trav knocked on my door. Yeah? I whispered. My parents were probably asleep, and I didn't want to wake them. My door opened, and Trav looked pale. It came upstairs, he whimpered, avoiding my eyes. My heart pounded then. What do you mean? How did it come upstairs? I sat softly on my bed and motioned him over. He ran over and sat on the bed with me, grabbing onto me tightly. I wrapped him in another hug and tried to comfort him. I pulled a golden cross necklace from my jewelry box and put it around his neck. Here, this will protect you. It used to belong to Grandma, I said. He looked at it and a smile appeared on his face. It will? His little voice shook. At that very moment, we heard a crash that seemed to erupt from the basement. We both jumped. It's back in the basement, he stated. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and unwrapped it, handing it to me. On the paper was a child's drawing of a monster, a very off-putting monster. It was tall, had a long tail, and it had no face, but seemed to have 3 heads. It has 3 heads? I asked, startled by it. He shook his head and explained. No, he can bring up heads around him. He doesn't have one. I blinked a few times, trying my best to understand that. Trav stood up then and tried to reenact what he had seen. In the end, I think I understood. It was some sort of shape-shifting shadow that changed every time he saw it, but it always had a tail and what seemed to be horns. Its head was part of its body but would change every time he saw it. Around it, other heads would appear for some reason. Trav was very scared by this thing. I asked if it had eyes and he stammered. Usually no, but one time he did. I reassured him again that it would be okay. I let him sleep in my bedroom that night. The following day, I knew my parents would be working very late, so I talked to a friend at school about the ghost thing in my basement. He told me about how I could get rid of it if I had a Bible, holy water, salt, and iron. He then told me to watch this show that had just started recently. I did as he said, and he was right. The show was pretty accurate with the research I'd done, but not precise. I didn't have holy water, but I did have an iron wood poker from our fireplace, and I also had a Bible. I gathered all the candles in the house. I set them in a circle in the dining room by the basement door. I also had some Wiccan chants my friend had printed off for me, and the correct way to open the gates, as he put it. I read over the papers, while I anticipated in what order I had to light those candles. I grabbed a compass to see which way north was. I opened each tower the way I'd read it, lighting the appropriate candle as I did. I stood in the circle as I was instructed and started one of the chants. Not long into that chant, I saw my brother in the corner of my eye. He was crouched near the kitchen opening, hiding behind the counter that's set next to the fridge. Then, tap, 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 the tapping exploded right after my chant. I jumped, but made sure not to leave the circle. I realized at this point, I forgot to draw a circle at all around the candles using salt. My heart raced as a cold sweat leaked down my face. The basement door vibrated as the taps grew louder. The whole kitchen and dining room felt like it was shaking. I looked back at Trav, who was crying silently and holding a hand over his mouth. My own eyes started to water. I began shouting passages from the Bible, trying whatever I could to make it all stop. A deep growl sounded from the basement. Then this loud, high-pitched sound rang throughout the whole house, I jumped out of the circle then, grabbing my brother and running upstairs to my other brother's room. I slammed his door and panted hard. My other sibling, Cody, panicked as we barged in. After seeing our faces, he let it go. We went downstairs about an hour later unwillingly. I had to make sure the boys ate dinner and that the house wasn't burning down from the still lit candles. As I reached the kitchen and could see into the dining room, my mouth dropped. The boys were right behind me, and I saw Trav's eyes grow wide from the corner of my eye. The candles were gone. I searched the entire house, and when I arrived back where they were supposed to be, the candles were back. I'm not sure what happened that day, but those tap tap taps never stopped. I'm so glad we don't live there anymore. I saw the Grim Reaper. From Anonymous. My name is Magnus and I'm from Iceland. I saw the Grim Reaper. In the year 2014, I was 13 years old. My family got a puppy because we thought our old dog was going to pass soon. She was getting weak. She didn't do much anymore until we got the puppy, who we named Lori. Our older dog, Rose, got better and happier after Lori came to us. It was like Rose thought of Lori as her own pup. After around 6 months, Lori began having problems. She always had to go to the bathroom to either pee or poo, and I'm talking more than 20 times a day. Her stomach became bloated. We took her to the vet and she gave us some pills, but she didn't get any better after a month or two. We found out that her liver didn't grow. It was apparently infected and was not doing its job properly. We had to take her to a better vet or animal hospital since we lived in a small town. There was just so much a small town vet can do here. Once there, we were told she would have to stay the night. I believed we would take her home the next day or the day after. However, the last night we stayed there, she was put down since the vet could not do anything for her. We discovered the problem with her liver a little too late. Now, the very same night she passed, I had a very strange slumber. It didn't feel like sleep. It didn't feel like a dream, but I knew I'd fallen asleep at some point. Some believe it to be astral projection. Maybe that's what it was. I was in my kitchen all of a sudden. I went to look through the window and I saw Lori running up towards the house, but she wasn't on the ground. She seemed to be floating. She was also transparent. I could see through her. But what I saw coming after her I did not expect. Keep in mind, I had no idea the dog had passed that night. The figure I saw I knew instantly was Death, the Grim Reaper. But it wasn't your typical look for the Grim Reaper. It was shorter, like a child in height. It had a white hood and cloak. I could not see any legs either. It still had some flesh on its face and hands, but most of it had rotted away. Lori tried to hide behind me. It didn't seem to notice me. It just went after her. This made me very angry, so I lashed out at the Grim Reaper, trying to punch it. But I was pushed back as Lori ran away. That's when I woke up. I had a weird pain in my back as if I'd just fallen on it. I told my mom about this a year later. She's a little superstitious, and I didn't want to worry her at the time. She thinks it appeared white and youthful because Lori was young and had a pure soul. The dream and the picture of that Grim Reaper is always in the back of my mind. No dream has ever been as vivid and clear as that. A sleepover with a predator. From Sigh. The memory of that stormy night still sends chills up my spine to this day. It goes to show that you can't trust anyone, no matter how much you think you know them. I was 21 years old at the time and I had just graduated from Bible college. I moved up to my first job as a youth pastor in rural Indiana. It was a very small town. There was a gas station, a small coffee shop, a school, a good-sized park, and the small church I just landed a job at. Things were tough at first, because I'm originally from the southeast, and now I lived hundreds of miles away in a place where I knew absolutely no one. That was until I met him. His name was Ray, and we hit it off quick. He was in charge of the elementary school kids at the church, and I primarily worked with the teenagers. Since we were both considered to be in the youth department, we'd often find ourselves having lunch meetings, going on walks after work to talk about life, and would watch TV shows at each other's houses. There was one night Ray slept over at my house to watch a movie with me, and I was a bit grossed out to see him come out of my bathroom after changing into his PJs, which turned out to be nothing but tighty-whities. At first, I was glad to have a friend, but after a while, I felt more and more uncomfortable with Ray. The first thing that would make someone uneasy was Ray's appearance. He was very tall. He stood about 6'6", and he had very long, slender arms and legs, but his torso was very heavy. He was kinda similar to those cartoon frogs in the old Looney Tunes cartoons. His face was a little chubby, nearly bald, and he had glasses. You'd think a guy that was this big would have a deep voice, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. Rather, he had a very high-pitched voice and spoke to me and others like a mother would speak to a small child. Ray also had a lot of tics, where he would randomly convulse his head and shoulders, and he would stick out his seemingly 7-inch long tongue whenever he'd have those random muscle spasms. I ignored all this, because I've always tried to be one to judge people for their character, not their physical appearance. Plus, Ray helped me move in and assisted me in painting my new place, so I felt bad for judging a guy like that. But it was disturbing nonetheless. Even though his appearance and tics made me feel weird, it was his weird obsession with me that really made my heart sink. He would constantly ask me to hang out every waking moment. There would be times I would go to the bathroom and come out to find 11 or 12 missed calls from him. Most of the time he reached out, I felt obligated to go, but it was always weird. Whether it was sitting with him and talking for hours while he worked at his mom's cake shop, inviting me to watch lame TV shows instead of manly ones, or interrupting my video game sessions with a call to talk about how much he wanted babies one day, all of these interactions were pushing me away. There was even one time he asked me to go shopping with him, and I told him that I only had time for the one store he suggested, because I had a teen church service that evening. He said, okay, that's fine. After we shopped and got back into his car, he locked the doors and drove me around, laughing and saying, "You're not going anywhere, you're staying with me, everyone loves Ray." After an hour of this maniac driving me around aimlessly and blasting music, I yelled, "Take me back to church." Ray was enraged that I yelled, and he punched me square in the groin. It hurt so bad. I squeaked with whatever voice I had left, "I can't stand you anymore." He was quiet for the rest of the drive back. Ray had driven me around so long that I ended up arriving late to church for my teen service. To make things worse, there were a bunch of angry parents who had been waiting to drop their kids off for nearly 45 minutes. At that moment, I knew I was done. I'd had enough. The next time Ray asked me to do something, I told him I couldn't. I was done with Ray. But he apparently wasn't done with me. He called and texted almost every night with non-stop crying and begging. It was so unnatural sounding for a 27-year-old man. The best way I can describe it is like a middle school girl begging their boyfriend to stay after a breakup. And then the sadness turned to passive aggressiveness when we would see each other at church. There were even times on Sunday morning during the pastor's sermon that I would look over and Ray would be staring at me with this creepy expressionless face. He wasn't listening or paying attention to the message at all. He just sat there glaring at me with this glazed-over look of pain and numbness. But I couldn't help but feel he was fantasizing about something else, something insidious. Eventually, Ray quit his job at the church, got a job as a school teacher, and seemed to make new friends. I thought, finally, Ray has new friends to pester. I was in the clear. It felt as if a huge dark cloud had lifted and the sun shined on me once again. A year passed by. I was now married and had my first child. I'd almost completely forgotten about Ray, when out of the blue he called me up and asked to catch up. He seemed a lot cooler, like maybe his new teacher friends had really helped him become more normal. We grabbed lunch, and he asked if I wanted to come to his school's football game. I thought, Ray wants to watch football? Finally, something manly. My wife was going to be out of state with our baby visiting family, so I thought what the heck, and I agreed to go. While we were at the game with his teacher friends, it began to rain shortly into the second quarter. Before we knew it, there was a full-blown thunderstorm with high winds, so the school announced that the game was canceled and sent everyone back to their cars. When Ray and I reached our vehicles, a tornado siren began to blare, and because I lived nearly an hour away, he suggested I come back to his house to seek shelter. Tornadoes in the Midwest are not something to mess around with, so naively, I agreed and followed him home. This turned out to be one of the biggest mistakes in my life. Such a big mistake that I would rather have taken my chances with the tornadoes. I could barely see, and what should have taken 5 minutes took 15 minutes. When we arrived, Ray showed me around his place. The house was a little creepy and ornate looking, with a lot of old dolls and thrift store looking knickknacks. Even though the decor was weird, the evening started off fine. We watched some home improvement shows, had some snacks and some drinks. It was actually a pretty relaxing way to weather the storm, and definitely beat driving 20 miles an hour in heavy rain for several hours, or so I thought. At around 12:30 a.m., the storm was still raging, so we decided to turn in for the night. I asked Ray if I could have a pillow and blanket to sleep on the couch in the living room. He said, no, let's sleep in my room. There's plenty of space in there. But I told him the couch would be more comfortable for me. He kept insisting over and over, so reluctantly, I agreed. The floor in his room was so hard, and all he gave me was this tiny Winnie the Pooh kid's blanket and a flat pillow. I was tossing and turning for what felt like hours. At 2 a.m., Ray's voice spoke in the pitch-black room. You know, you can hop up here in bed with me if you want. There's plenty of room. I said no, firmly, and kept tossing and turning. About 30 minutes later, he asked again, Are you sure? It's really fine. I don't know what came over me, but I was so tired and my back hurt so bad that I hopped into bed. After lying there on my back staring into the darkness, I noticed he kept trying to scoot close to me. I figured he was just asleep, so I inched away a little. This happened several times until I was basically hanging off the bed. He scooted one more time and I turned my back to him. I held really still to act like I was asleep. It got really quiet. Then, out of nowhere, I feel both of his long, skinny arms wrap around me, and he pulls me into his flabby chest. Ray began squeezing me like a python and rubbed his sandpapery cheek on my forehead. I shot out of the bed, somehow breaking free from the grasp of this freak. I grabbed my pillow and blanket, and I lay on the couch after flushing the toilet to play it off like I had to go to the restroom. I was counting down the seconds until the storm ended, so I could make a mad dash to my car and get the heck out of there. My mind was racing as I thought about what the crap just happened in there. I was so repulsed by what Ray did to me, and I felt filthy for even being in the same vicinity of his bed. I lay there on the sofa beside sliding glass doors in the pitch-black living room. There's absolutely zero light except the occasional flash of lightning, and the sound of the downpour and thunder was deafening. This is the moment that still gives me nightmares to this day. As I lay there staring into the pitch blackness, my back facing the window so I could watch towards Ray's room, the lightning flashed, and I about soiled myself, I kid you not. I saw the black silhouette of Ray standing in the doorway. A few minutes passed by. I was frozen like a statue. My heart felt as if it was going to beat out of my chest. I had to act like I was asleep. I couldn't move a muscle. Then the lightning flashed a second time, and I almost passed out to the sight, which I can only describe as a fat, slender man that all of a sudden appeared right above me. My blood ran cold as I held my breath. He bent down with his weird lullaby he was humming. He sniffed my hair and smiled with a little chuckle, then went back to his room, whispering to himself, "I'll see you again." That was the biggest nope in my entire life. As soon as I heard his door shut, I sprang up in an instant, ran down the stairs into the basement, out the back door, and sprinted to my car through the pouring rain. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I felt like he was right behind me, as if his long arms could wrap around me at any moment. As I tried to crank the car, I couldn't get it to start. I fiddled with the keys and locked up steering wheel until I heard the sweet sound of the engine fire up. As I looked up to drive, there he was again, standing in the back doorway like Slender Man. I've never driven so fast in the rain in my life. My wife and I have moved away to work at a larger church in the city, and things have been a lot less eventful, thank goodness. Ray tried to call several times before we moved away, but I never answered. Eventually, the calls and the texts stopped, and I've never spoken to Ray again. I don't know why I was so naive. I guess I just always tried to see the best in people. But I can't help but wonder what Ray would have done to me if I really did fall asleep in his bed. Was that what he was thinking about as he stared at me in church those days before he left? It just goes to show that you can never trust someone, even if you think you understand them fully. Be careful out there and watch out for predators, because they come from places you'd least expect. My 7th birthday. From Anonymous. I'm from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, really right next to Lake Superior. You could probably guess back in 1991 there really wasn't much crime there. My parents, as well as other parents, always let their children wander either alone or in groups. I was born in June, and so every summer my birthdays were always outside, at the beach, or barbecue-type parties that usually lasted all day. That year, my 7th birthday was no different from the others. That was the year we decided we'd go to the next town over, just a couple miles away, to a place called Alqual Recreation Area. It was off the highway a bit with an elementary school on the same property. It's a big place. There were lots of trees to climb, trails to walk, and a big pavilion you could use for parties. Lots of playground equipment too, that was older, but was still considered safe to use and fun. There was a small paved kind of wide bike path that wound around the whole place. It was a favorite place to go for sure. While my parents were setting up at the pavilion, some family were just starting to arrive. I could tell my brother was getting tired of playing with his little sister, so I asked my mom if it was alright if I just sort of walked down the bike path a ways, just a bit over the hill. Sure, just stay close where we can see you. I remember her saying that to me. Okay. And that was it. I left my brother to hang with the cousins while I walked off on my own a bit. It was such a sunny, bright afternoon. There really was no darkness on the bike path. But I didn't see the white pickup truck parked on the bike path until I'd actually got to the bottom of the hill, out of my mom's sight. Why I kept walking towards it, I have no idea. I remember seeing that truck, an older type of truck, maybe a 60s style with a cap over the truck bed. I could see it over the roof of the truck as I was walking towards the front of it. There was a man I could see sitting on the bench that the truck was pulled up alongside. He looked like Santa to me, and he was whittling a piece of wood. I got pretty close and was going to turn around when I was surprised by a little girl. "Hi." She popped out from behind the truck and practically screamed it at me. The old man didn't even look up. I looked at him, and he just kept whittling. This little girl was so enthusiastic, and she was smiling. Now, this is a small town. Everyone looks fairly familiar, but I'd never seen this truck, nor these two people before. Still, I smiled back and said hi. I remember we had some unmemorable kid talk when she quickly said, "Oh, hey, want to see something great?" I answered, "Sure." The girl very excitedly started to tell me the grandfather, who was the whittler on the bench, had built her and her brother a little space in the back of the truck. She wanted me to see it. I was a pretty shy kid that got picked on a lot, and I think I was so desperate for a friend, I didn't even think about how I've never seen them before, or any other dangers or red flags. 7-year-old me was just happy to have a possible new friend. Maybe her family just moved there, and this would be my chance to have a friend this summer. She took me around the back of the truck, where the tailgate and the window to the cab were already open. We both climbed in. I went as far back on my hands and knees as I could in front of her. Somehow, she had closed the tailgate and the window in one motion. I don't even know how she could have done this. She was so small and only seemed maybe a little bit older than me. I just stupidly shrugged it off. There was a bucket with crayons and pencils and a tiny table and a tiny set of chairs. I, for whatever reason, expected more. I said something along the lines of, "Oh, okay, this looks nice. Well, my mom is going to be looking for me, so I think I should get going." Then I started to reach for... Wait, I didn't know how to open this from the inside. The girl went from happy to a weird, creepy smile. She suddenly didn't look like a little girl anymore. I started to feel that uh-oh feeling you have when you know you screwed up. I tried to put my hands on the window of the truck topper, and every time I did this, the girl would laugh a really creepy laugh, swatting my hands away. I was really crying at this point, and I started to bang on a small side window on the topper to get the old man's attention. At that point, as the girl's laughing is growing, along with my panic, the old man proceeds to get up and put the stick in his pocket. I thought, great, he's going to get me out. But he didn't. He didn't go towards the back of the truck at all. He started walking around the front of it. I began to scream at the top of my lungs. This girl just kept laughing. I still remember her face as she laughed at me, telling me I could not leave. As I was sitting there gasping now and looking around frantically, I could hear my mom's voice. I jumped around the girl and quickly banged and screamed as loud as I could on the side of the topper. I could see my mother at the front of the truck talking to the man who didn't seem like he cared about much when she heard me. Thank goodness she did. She immediately walked around the back, letting me out of the truck. I jumped out and she grabbed me as the truck started, and this girl and old man drove away quickly. I really can't say what happened after that. I know my mom and dad calmed me down, and my dad and some uncles tried to follow the truck after my mom told everyone what happened. But nothing ever came of it. Nowadays, I'm always cautious of new places, and I'm always looking for an escape route just in case. I never get into cars with people I don't know. Looking back, maybe my 7-year-old brain just thought the girl looked like a little girl. Maybe she was just someone who aged really well, keeping her youth longer than others. Maybe she was just a young-looking woman. She was a bit taller than me. Why did the man not say anything? How did this girl get the tailgate closed so quickly and easily? Who knows if they would have been working together to take children? But I know without a doubt if my mom had not come looking for me, I would have been gone. The Worst Walk Home, from Cousin of a Writer. For a while in my life, my boyfriend and I had to share a car. For the most part, it wasn't a problem. Usually it just meant I'd have to be dropped off at my work while he went to college, and once my shift was over, he'd pick me up. At the time, I was working at a pretty large motel chain as a housekeeper, which, despite what they tried to tell me, was really just a fancy name for a maid. I usually worked mornings since they fit better into my own schedule outside of work. But that day I was scheduled for a night shift, which was from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. The whole day was absolutely horrible. So many rude and so many creepy customers. And while I could probably write a whole post about the creeps that were always there, or the actually horrifying state so many of these people left their rooms in, no, my story comes from the fact that my boyfriend couldn't pick me up that night. He had to go to marching practice at his college with the rest of the marching band, which left me with a 7-mile walk back home. One guy did offer me a ride home from work, but I feel like if I'd gotten in his car, I'd be telling a completely different scary true story right now. Anyway, after refusing to hop in my coworker's car, I went back inside, grabbed a few water bottles for my journey, and picked up my book bag that was in my locker. I said goodbye to the security staff and headed on my way. To be completely honest, I didn't really care about the distance of the walk. I'd go hiking most weekends. I mostly worried about walking home after dark. Even though I'm a guy, and usually we don't get messed with during night walks, I still was very, very nervous about it, just because of how little civilization there was on the walk. Instead, there were a lot of large patches of trees and woods all over the place. Anyway, I started walking home, and soon left the motel property entirely. I was walking past the nearby shopping center and the apartment complexes. Every step of the way so far, I was honestly enjoying the walk. The cold night air and the occasional car driving by were peaceful. The crickets chirping and the rare hoots of owls were just as nice to hear. These are still sounds I enjoy to this day. Though my legs were burning like hell at one point, having worked such a long shift already, I was still joyfully walking away from civilization and soon found myself in the wooded chunk of land between my work and my home. The whole vibe changed very quickly once I got there. Seeing these trees usually made me happy, and I usually liked to hike around this area during the day, but now it felt dark and foreboding. But with a deep breath, I continued forward. At that time, 2 cars passed by, and as both got close, I remember getting very nervous about each one. And afterwards, this left me very anxious. In that foreboding moment, I continued on walking in the dark. Then, as if on cue to make me even more scared, I heard 3 loud cracks echo in the woods nearby. I looked in the direction of the noise, and 3 more cracks came. I stumbled back and fell onto the road. I landed with a thud and looked around for where these sounds were coming from. I remember I was breathing really heavily, struggling to get back up. Still shaken, I began to jog ahead a bit, occasionally looking behind me over my shoulder. Having grown up in the area, I had heard tales of what that might be out there, making that kind of noise. Bigfoot, slamming a tree branch against a tree to threaten me. Of course, I didn't believe that's what it was. It was simply a thought that crossed my mind. However, at the time, I thought it was just some kids messing around, or even wannabe Bigfoot hunters trying to get a response back from a real Bigfoot. I'd seen people do that before all the time in these woods, though not being able to see them doing it this time did make the whole thing much creepier compared to when they did it during the day. It took a bit, but eventually I calmed down enough to enjoy my walk again. I stopped jogging once I thought I'd gotten far enough away from those noises. At this point, I want to say I was somewhere in the ballpark of 2 miles done with 5 more to go, only 4 more of which would be wooded. I was definitely out of breath at this point from jogging for so long, and I had that weird metallic taste all inside my mouth and throat from when you overexert yourself. I think it was around this point I pulled out my phone to see how my boyfriend was doing at practice. He responded to my text with a picture of his pants covered in mud, then a video of the band instructor telling them they were going to have to run the whole set again, to which the whole band groaned and moaned about it. I laughed and texted him that I was the lucky one, I guess, despite having to walk home alone. He asked how it was going so far, and after I told him it was pretty nice other than some weird noises in the woods, he agreed it was probably Bigfoot hunters since our small town is somewhat famous for them, and then he texted that he had to go back to marching. With a sigh, I went back to walking alone, though I was no longer glued to my phone, so I guess it was overall better for my safety, though I sure didn't feel any safer. Part of me enjoyed just looking at my phone while walking, but I couldn't bring myself to do it unless I was talking to him. I was always a bit nervous about a car pulling up to me without me noticing, or me somehow missing a snake on the path or something. So instead, I'd usually just pocket it on my nature walks instead of stare at it, even if it did give me comfort. It was around that time I noticed I hadn't seen any cars for a while, though to be fair, not many people probably drove down this road that late. I trudged along, thinking about how nice a hot bath or shower with my boyfriend would be once we were both home, inspired by cuddling him to keep going. Then, a bit later, another 3 thwacks occurred. This time they sounded a bit more behind me than directly to the side. I spun around and squinted my eyes, trying to make out any shapes in the dark. When I couldn't see anything, really, I turned on my phone flashlight and shined it into the forest. I thought I saw a pair of eyes staring back at me, though with how low to the ground they were, I assumed it was a coyote or something else. Though the idea of a mountain lion or something like that stalking me did cross my mind. I walked backwards a bit, though after the eyes didn't follow me and eventually wandered off, I felt safe, assuming that I was just seeing something like a coyote watching me walk past. That still didn't explain the noises from the woods at all. I'd been a bit worried about either of those things being the cause. Though I did always feel safe in this town, I definitely worried a lot about the wildlife, with this place being so full of wilderness, especially compared to the cities I was used to living in for most of my life. By then, I was probably close to halfway home, and I was slowing down a bit. I didn't want to, but I was getting tired. You know how it goes. Even on hikes, you start out strong, but later on you're far more sore and tired. I digress. Around the halfway point, I heard another 3 thwacks. I remember rolling my eyes at this point, assuming now more than ever it was just Bigfoot hunters getting desperate for any sign of Bigfoot himself. I toyed with the idea of howling and whooping into the night, but I didn't want to feed what I thought was ignorance at the time. Then there were 3 more. I groaned and worried a bit that they were increasing in frequency and would continue all night. Then 3 more yet again. I shook my head and laughed a bit at it, but I still kept walking. But then, instead of another 3 cracks, I heard the loudest roar I'd ever heard in my life. After that happened, the forest fell silent, like some judge had just called order in the court. I froze for a moment and began to look around the woods again. A bit nervously, I lifted up my phone and turned on the flashlight again. I saw 2 glowing eyes like before, looking directly at me. They were still low to the ground. I continued walking without breaking eye contact. But then, those 2 eyes began to rise higher and higher from the ground until they were way above my own. I freaked out, spinning around and running across the road to the other side of the street. Once I got there, I shone my light back into the woods the direction those eyes were in. The eyes were still just as high up, but now they were closer. It was still on the other side of the street from me. It occasionally blinked as I walked backwards, keeping an eye on it. Sometimes, during one of its blinks, it would move closer to the road, but it never did get close enough for me to see any real details, just its bright eyes shining back at me. I continued to stare back, though it probably only saw my light. That was possibly a good thing, as I was far more terrified than fierce in these kinds of moments. I remember feeling like whatever it was simply toying with me, or testing me, seeing if I'd run again or stop where I was. I kept walking backwards, trying my best to keep steady. However, I hadn't planned on tripping over a massive branch on the side of the road. I fell back, feeling pain shoot through my body from my tailbone. I remember yelling out in pain, and then that thing roared back when I did. At this roar, I scrambled to find where my phone had landed. The screen had a crack in it now, but still the flashlight worked. I shone it back across the road, and the eyes seemed much, much closer than before. Slowly I rose, and I went back to carefully walking backwards. But now I was sure to check behind me for branches or rocks every few steps, never taking my gaze away for too long when I did. After what must have been 15, maybe 20 minutes, those towering eyes slunk back into the woods. I took this as my cue, and reinvigorated out of fear, I sprinted down the side of the road for as long as I could. I ended up getting a coughing fit and had to stop to catch my breath. My lungs were on fire then, and every cough only tore apart my throat more. Eventually, once I'd calmed my breathing, I felt very nauseous, and I threw up a bit in the woods. I wiped my mouth with my sleeve, and I turned around, frantically checking my surroundings. If anyone else had been on that road that night, they'd have probably thought I looked crazy. I was shaking constantly and breathing so loud. I probably would have scared off a coyote or a mountain lion if that had been what was seemingly hunting me. But luckily, I was alone now, and there was no longer a big creature behind me. I spun back around, started speed walking down the road, and checked my phone. My boyfriend had texted me that he'd just finished practice and would be home once he got all his stuff put away and printed out his new sheet music he'd need to memorize. I wanted to text him what was happening to me, but I worried he wouldn't believe me at all. I was worried he'd think I was trying to get him to pick me up after I'd already agreed to walk, that I was trying to guilt trip him. But at the same time, I really wanted to tell him, to tell someone what was going on, to not feel crazy about everything. Besides him, I didn't really have anyone else to call at the time. My parents didn't approve of our relationship, his didn't either, and I moved away from the city I grew up in some time ago. I kinda just lost contact with everyone. I smiled at the text and sent back, "Almost home. Bet you a kiss I'll get there first." He responded with a, "You're on." And I continued on my way, hoping seeing him would make up for this horrible day, hoping that by simply giving myself something to look forward to, I could push this whole thing to the back of my mind for a bit. I wanted to just rush the two of us back home as soon as possible, so I could get back to normality. As I went on, I felt I had to have been getting close to home by then. I must have been walking for about an hour and 40-ish minutes, but at the time I remember feeling like it had been 3 hours, though that's probably just from my anxiety and fear. From what I could tell, I was close to being back to civilization after just a little while longer. I could just make out the shape of the gas station near our house. Joyfully, I hurried on, walking a bit faster. When I was about a 5-minute walk away from the gas station, I felt like I was home clear, now able to see the occasional car pulling in or driving past the gas station into a different part of the small town. It was then that I heard 3 more thwacks. I froze in place as I heard another roar following quickly afterward. Slowly, I kept walking, when, after about my 4th or 5th step, I heard the cracking of wood against wood again and another roar. I stopped once more, my heart racing. I wasn't sure what to do. I could run for it, I thought, and despite all my fear, I bolted ahead, running until my legs gave out from under me due to exhaustion. I slid a bit forward, lifting myself up and spitting dirt out of my mouth. Another roar sounded even closer this time, and from my right instead of my left, like all the others had been. I stayed still, not sure what to do, as 4 large creatures began to stir in the woods nearby, barely illuminated by the gas station's neon sign down the road. These 4 figures came out of the woods maybe 6 or 7 feet in front of me. Then they ran across the road. From the glimpses I saw of them, from my prone position, they reminded me of gorillas or orangutans. Their fur or hair was a dark brown, and their skin on their hands and feet and faces looked to be a very dark gray or black. Well, that went for most of them. There was one that stuck out. It was all black, jet black fur and skin, as dark as the night itself. I started to try to get up once they passed me, when more sounds began to echo from the woods. More of what sounded like branches being slammed against trees. I froze where I was, and they stopped, as one larger than the others emerged from the thicket. It was dragging a massive branch. Well, I guess it was more of a log, actually. I peered up at it, swearing I could see a bit of a feminine shape or outline to it. It had dark brown fur with some patches missing on it. It not only looked a lot bigger, but older too. It stomped past me, and partway across the road it whooped loudly. Another one in the woods across the road whooped back, and it finally left the road and disappeared into the woods. It left the log on the other side of the road. Slowly and cautiously, I stood up. I was beyond freaked out at that point, and after a bit of walking where nothing else happened, I ran the rest of the way to the gas station. Outside of the station, filling up his tank, was an older gentleman. He looked very worried as I made my way to the building. "You all right, son?" he asked me. I bent over, trying my best to catch my breath, and wheezed out a, "Yeah, I'm good. "You sure don't seem like it. Something happen?" No, I'm fine, really," I said, starting to walk away. I stumbled a bit, and he caught my shoulders and helped steady me. "Son, you don't really seem okay. And what was with all that screaming and yelling about in the woods you ran out of? No, really, I'm okay. I'm just trying to get home fast is all. You need anything? Looks like you took a nasty spill or two on your run. Huffing and puffing, I managed to squeak out a, "No, really, I'm good." But I think he could see it in my eyes that I wasn't good. He could see how shaken I was, not just physically, but mentally. "Well, I can't just leave you like this. How about a ride home?" he asked. Now, usually I wouldn't hop into a stranger's car, but right in that moment, I wanted to get away from the woods as fast as possible and just get home. I nodded, hopped in, and waited for him to pay for his gas. "All right, you live close by?" he asked as we pulled out into the road. "Yeah, down the road that way," I said, pointing. He nodded and began to drive me home. The whole time I kept looking back in the mirrors at the woods thinking I'd see something, but hoping that I wouldn't. "You, sure you're all right, son? You seem awfully shaken up." "Yeah, I'm sure. On the left right here." He turned and soon I saw my apartment complex. "Okay, son, just be careful if you go for a midnight walk in those woods again. There's strange things in there if you know what I mean." "Yeah, there are." I agreed with him. The rest of the drive was silent besides the directions to my complex and me thanking him profusely for doing that. He told me it was no problem and to stay safe. I told him to stay safe too and hobbled to my door, unlocked it, and went inside. I did manage to beat my boyfriend home by a few minutes. However, he was far more concerned about the state I was in than the bed we'd made. I told him everything. He said that it was amazing, and sounded like a family of Bigfoot getting territorial at me walking in their space, or so close to their kids. That's what he assumed the shorter ones were. I asked if he thought I was crazy. He told me no, that it was almost too good to be true, but that he believed me. That's the story of how I almost got mauled by a Bigfoot for getting too close to their kids. Only two good things came from this. One being that I never have to walk home alone from work again, and the other being our shared love of cryptids and such. However, I still don't think you'll ever find me looking for Bigfoot out in the woods. Warning: the following story contains depictions of violence against animals. Texas werewolf sighting. From Son of Sparta 202. I grew up in a place called Burleson, Texas. Your basic small city. Lots of people and businesses. I've had a good bit of encounters with the supernatural and otherworldly kinds, but this one is in the top 3 that definitely scared me for life. Shortly after my 11th birthday, my family and I moved to a small town called Joshua, located about 20 minutes next to Burleson. My childhood friend had an older brother that was leasing a house and asked my father if we wanted first dibs on it. He jumped at the opportunity to be back out in the country. So we packed up our things and made our way out to the house. Then we began to settle in. 4 years passed by and I started going to high school. The days I wasn't in school or studying, I was helping my dad on our property to fix it up and add new additions. We had about 3 acres of land and we were starting to buy animals like goats and cows to basically have a little farm. I came home one day and our neighbors were freaking out over something at the edge of the property. I walked over and asked what was going on, and I saw what they were staring at. It was one of our goats. It looked like it had become a snack for some animal. There were 4 distinctive gouges in its side, like it had been attacked first, and then a very large bite wound in its neck. A giant hole replaced where its windpipe would have been, and its back right leg looked as if it had just been ripped off. I swallowed hard and walked past the group as I noticed my father walking over to greet me. Then he too noticed the group. He walked over to talk to the very skittish people. The look on his face changed as his gaze fell to the ground. Needless to say, that night he made sure that all the animals were locked in their pens and were secured. I knew he was taking this seriously as he got his 20 gauge from the gun safe in our spare room, and he made sure it was loaded. That night was restless for me. I kept seeing images of the goat just hours ago, and my mind began to conjure up what could have done that. We had packs of coyotes that ran at the edge of the property, but that couldn't have been it. We had a high-voltage cattle fence all around the property that should have deterred any outside animal from getting in and to keep our animals from getting out. My thoughts were interrupted as the sound of a goat bleating grabbed my attention. I sat up and just took a second to listen, and the sound came again. I sat there running through my options and decided against my better judgment. I went to go check it out. I grabbed my dad's 20 gauge on the way to the back door and saw that he wasn't home, so I assumed he had left for work already. It was just barely 2 in the morning. I peeked out the window to get a glimpse of what was going on. As I looked outside, I didn't see any stray goats walking about, if in fact we had left the door open to their pen. But I could still hear its distressed cry. I opened up the door and began to make my way outside. As I walked down the stairs and made my way over to the pen, I could clearly see the lock on the pen door was locked tight. The same for the other pens. When I made my way to the back of the pens was when I felt the panic grip my chest. The whole back of the 2-inch oak-wooded pen had been shredded, and a door-sized hole was broken into the back of the wall. I was petrified. I couldn't move a muscle. The saying, "scared straight," isn't just a saying. I was stiff as a board. The only thing I could think of is I needed to get back inside and call my dad. The sound of the goats screaming broke my petrification. Only then did I notice that there were no goats inside the pen anymore. I clutched the shotgun like it was a shield and brought the barrel up. Steadily, I started to walk towards the noise. As I closed in on the back of our property line, I started seeing limbs and bloody chunks everywhere. The sight made me gag. The smell choked me. It smelled of spoiled meat and metal. I stopped about 30 feet from the gate closing off the fence. I couldn't make out anything but a gurgling and grunting sound between what sounded like chewing and an occasional loud snap and crunch. I cocked the gun. That's when I heard the low, deep rumbling of a growl. But it didn't sound like a normal animal. This was like a terrible mix of a lion and a wolf, something that was extremely upset that I had interrupted them. I heard shuffling, and then I was met with a pair of large, orangish-yellow eyes. There was a loud thud, like something being dropped to the ground. Then those eyes began to rise up until they were 8 feet off the ground. I was frozen again. All I could hear was this beast make its way towards me, with loud footfalls, then blood rushing in my ears. I began to see a slight silhouette of what was about to greet me. A very tall body, a large head with 2 long pointed ears on either side, thin lanky arms that almost dragged on the ground as it walked, and that awful growling sound that was coming from it. In that moment, as I began to see the fence gate open, the adrenaline hit me and broke me free. I pulled the trigger, and I heard yelping as my slugs hit their mark true. Whatever was there had fled quickly, and in moments was gone. I stood there breathing hard as the adrenaline began to wear off, and I started to tear up. I ran back to my house, waiting for the sun to come up and my dad to get home. We both went out together, where I told him I found the bodies. After that, he got some friends together for a small hunt to go after the coyotes. But I knew what it was that did this. I don't think it was coyotes. I believe what I encountered that night was a werewolf. Delivery driver in a small town. From It's Demonic. I'm an express delivery driver in a small tourist town in the Midwest. For job security reasons, as well as to just keep relations well in the town, I won't say which specific company or courier service I work with. I'm actually an actor, and I signed on with the company after graduating with my BFA to get health insurance and pay off some loans. As my family has always been on the poor side, I've had a job since I was 14, but nothing has happened at those jobs like what I've experienced in the 2 stories I have for you. Story 1. Why I don't take naps on my break anymore. Before I begin this story, you should know a couple of important things about my job. My route covers the majority of 2 counties and the edge of 2 others, while being the farthest west my station goes. I work 4 10-hour shifts, except for in peak season. I start at 8 a.m. and usually get back to the station around 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Normally, in most areas, the morning routes handle the bulk of the deliveries and go home in the afternoon, while the evening routes do the pickups and come back later into the night. However, since my area is small towns and hills, I do all the deliveries and all the pickups. I deliver all day, then usually take a 30-minute break, and do my pickups at 5 p.m. before heading back to the station or to finish whatever deliveries I have left. I don't mind it, as normally I get left alone and don't have to worry about micromanagement due to a lack of signal and my manager's understanding of how rough it is in my area. I just get to be left alone drinking coffee and listening to my podcasts. The town itself is very small, just some shops and businesses with tourism and art in mind, all within walkable distance of each other. We get visitors from all over just to enjoy the probably overpriced goods and services. The crime rate here is nearly zero, as there are only 4 main roads into the town, all barely 5 minutes from each other, that all connect. At this point, we were in peak season for deliveries, the online holiday shopping season where everyone buys stuff they don't necessarily need in the spirit of giving, usually just to find out it's the wrong item and to just ship it back. Despite hearing the horror stories of couriers being out till past dark every night and having their vans completely full, this van was extremely slow to start with. It was a Friday, and I'd already put in 40 hours with the next 10 being all overtime. I was not exhausted by any means, just ready for the week to be over. I had knocked out what deliveries I had left, and realized it was only 3:30 p.m. So I had a lot of free time left before my 3 pickups. I decided to treat myself and order a pizza at one of the places on the main strip. I picked up my pizza, and before long I was in the parking lot of the grocery store just outside of town enjoying my pie. About 15 to 20 minutes after that, I was out like a light. When I woke up, it was eerily peaceful, like I had just awakened in Silent Hill or something. The sun had been blocked by clouds, and it had begun to lightly snow. I groggily looked over to my phone. It was 4:55. I stretched and drove over to the drop box at the grocery store, scanning the packages inside, and I headed back into town to get the other 2 pickups started. I thought to myself that it was weird there wasn't anyone on the road at the moment. The town sits off of a major state road that leads to a large college town, so even if the town wasn't busy, the roads usually are, due to traffic to and from there. As I turned into town and parked on the side of the road in front of the first pickup, a small shop that sells fudge, I noticed the town was dead, aside from multiple police cars blocking the road ahead. I assumed they were redirecting traffic due to an accident or something like that, so I headed on inside. When I walked in and announced myself to the ladies who worked there, I was met with pale faces, stricken with obvious fear. "What are you doing here? Do you not know what's happening?" asked the owner. I assumed the owner had canceled the pickup and dispatch had not informed me yet, which happened from time to time. "Oh hey, I'm sorry, did you cancel the pickup?" I asked, apologetically, as I began to pull up my device to see if the pickup had been removed. The owner stared at me for a moment before realizing I genuinely didn't know what she was so worked up about. "You didn't hear, did you?" Hear what?" She looked out the window as if to look at the police to confirm they were still there before explaining her odd behavior. "At 3:30 today, a man called into the restaurant off of Main Street. He told the police that he had placed explosives in the building and he was watching the building with a sniper rifle." I thought she was joking. I mean, the story was just ridiculous. I laughed for a good minute, but she didn't laugh with me. She was stone cold serious. Apparently, a girl at the restaurant was cheating on her boyfriend with her manager and had gotten caught. Her boyfriend, ever the level-headed man, then called the restaurant from a number listed outside the country, informing them of what he was allegedly doing. As soon as she explained this to me, the bell to the storefront door chimed as a small family of tourists walked in. "I'm sorry," said the owner, "but you all need to leave right now." They seemed shocked and confused. The mother spoke up. "Oh, we're sorry. We didn't know you were closed." The owner then yelled at them, "You need to get back to your car and leave." I didn't stick around long after this, though she did make me take packages with me on my way out. I took a side road to avoid the exciting area and drove to my next pickup, which I knew sat across from the police department, so I would feel somewhat safe if anything happened. I sprinted to the front door of the business and saw a note that simply said, "Get the heck out of town." I called my manager and told him about what was happening, to which he laughed and said, "Sounds like some small-town drama. Make sure you scan those packages off at the businesses you pick them up at, or dispatch won't clear you for the night." These pricks didn't even care about my safety. I was shaken to the core by this, and I drove out of town probably 15 miles over the speed limit. The newspaper claimed that there were never any bombs or a sniper, that he was just trying to freak people out. It's been 5 or 6 months since that experience, and I've yet to have taken a nap on my break again since. Skinwalker in Santa Cruz. From that person. I'm a female, and this was in 2017. I was still in high school at the time as a senior. My favorite things back then were hiking and photography. Oh, and camping. I loved camping. I would go out camping every chance I got. I would especially love going camping with my 2 best friends, Sarah and Sally. One day in the winter season, we decided to go on a trip to Santa Cruz. We realized it was a very big tourist attraction, so we decided to camp out in the mountains. It was a 3-day camping trip, altogether about a 4-hour drive from where we live. We gathered our things and headed off. It was just us on the road singing along to songs with snacks and all that. Honestly, I think we got a little too distracted, because we were on a road going through a very small town. This place was almost like a ghost town. It was pitch black, but we had to go through to get to the main road to the campgrounds. At the time, it was so dark, and we knew there might be deer, but we didn't expect to see any in the middle of this ghost town. Lo and behold, we spotted a deer right in the middle of the darkness. Its eyes seemed lifeless, and it just stood right in the middle of the road. Slowly, we passed by it. It seemed to just follow us with its eyes. Then, eventually, it just walked away. This kind of creeped all of us out. We knew that deer usually ran away from threats, especially vehicles on the road. But this one didn't seem to care, and even walked away slowly. We said nothing about it to each other at the moment. I felt like I wasn't the only one who felt as if they had a boulder in the pit of their stomach. And I could tell you now, it was not road sickness. We got there at about 9 p.m., which was way too late. We'd fallen way behind due to overpacking. When we got there, Sarah, who was driving, parked the car. We sat there for a minute. They seemed scared, like they had a second thought about our trip, maybe thinking about going home. Suddenly, Sally said, "Well, it's dark. Shouldn't we wait until it's light out to set up? Maybe we should just sleep here for tonight." We decided that was a good and smart idea. We pulled out some blankets from our bags, and we settled down in the car. We talked for about 2 hours, and one by one we fell asleep. I think we only slept about 3 hours. I awoke to a scurrying sound. It was coming from right outside the car. I picked up my phone, and I looked at the time. It was 1 a.m. I was confused and tired. Suddenly, I heard it again. I was going to brush it off as deer, and I laid my head back down. But suddenly, I heard tapping on the window behind me. I then saw that Sarah was looking behind me, not saying anything. Frozen in terror, I slowly turned and looked up. There it was, that deer. The deer we'd passed earlier on that dark road. It had dark pit-like eyes, so dark it seemed like its eyes had been cut out. It almost looked dead, but it was alive somehow. Its body was so altered and messed up, it looked like it got hit by a truck and just got back up like it was nothing. It was so unnatural. It began to hit its antlers against the side of the car. Then I watched as it stood on two legs and began to scream. That was a noise unlike anything I'd ever heard. We all screamed back. Sarah and I forgot that Sally was in the back, but we were all seeing it. Sarah had a tendency to freeze up. I had to shake her to snap her out of it. She finally came to and responded, quickly turning on the car and immediately putting it into drive. That monster deer thing quickly followed us, but Sarah stepped on the gas. Before we knew it, we were pushing 80 miles per hour. Before long, its roaring and screaming behind us became distant, though that chase felt as if it went on forever. Soon we reached that little town, and we looked behind us, not seeing anything out of the ordinary anymore. Despite that, we took no chances and just kept driving for about 2 more hours, and we didn't stop until the sun began to rise. We got to a hotel. We decided to stay indoors that weekend. We haven't gone camping since then, and I'm not sure if we ever will. To this day, Sarah still calls me when she has nightmares about the thing, and I'm not too far behind her. Watchers in the Park, from Up North Goon. This happened about 10 years ago in my hometown in northern Michigan. It stands as one of my few unexplainable encounters in life. I grew up in a small town, spent time in the Upper Peninsula my whole childhood, and I'm very familiar with many of the ghost stories in Michigan. But it never occurred to me that I would ever experience anything significant in my life. You see, I didn't really believe in ghosts, but I did enjoy the stories. I had few friends as I was a weird kid, so the few I had were very special to me. My childhood best friend, Jay, moved to my town in first grade, and we quickly made off as good friends. We played on the playground together, messed around in class to annoy the teacher together. We were basically inseparable. Fast forward to the end of 4th grade, Jay's family moved to Kansas, which naturally upset me. But he would come to visit his grandparents who lived in town every summer after that. The summer of my 7th grade year, he would continue to come visit his grandparents. He did the very same that summer. So, come June, I went to visit for the first week of my summer vacation. His grandparents lived on the south end of town, a block behind the only other traffic light we had. Just across the road from them was the town park, and next to that, of course, was the cemetery. The park was decent-sized with a long driveway and decent-sized dirt parking lot. At the back edge of the lot, there's a hill that leads down to the 2 baseball diamonds, and to the right of the lot was the play area and public bathrooms. A chain-link fence separated the park from the cemetery. There were only 2 lights on at the park at night, one at the bathrooms and one in the parking lot. On the first night staying at Jay's grandparents', it was like any other summer. We were very excited to see each other. Dinner was on the stove, dessert in the oven. We were just enjoying our evening. Usually, we liked to play in the park, set up baseball games, mess around in the woods directly behind the fields. At night, we would go over to the playground side and tell ghost stories, since after the air cooled down at night, a thick fog would roll off the cemetery and make things creepy. It really set the stage for these stories. That night would be no different. Around 1 a.m., we set out for the park. As usual, the fog started rolling over the playground, and it was rather quiet, and it was a bit chilly heading into the park. Me, Jay, and his older brother E got halfway down the driveway when E noticed his older sisters on the back end of the baseball fields. He said, "Hey, let's go scare the girls." He started to walk over that way, but then we saw him stop dead in his tracks. He glanced over into the tall grass field next to the driveway. I stopped too, watching E. His face went pale, as if he had just seen a ghost. That worried me. E did not scare easily. When I followed his gaze, I saw what he was looking at, and apparently so did Jay. By then, all of us had frozen in fear. In the middle of the field, standing about 7 feet tall, were these 3 shadowy figures. Looking closer at them, I noticed they weren't simply shadowy. They were just big shadows. They stood in the field, looking at Jay and E's sisters and their friends. They appeared to be wearing long trench coats with brimmed hats, but they were darker than the night itself. E snapped out of the daze and shakily said, "Hey, what are you doing here?" They didn't answer, of course, so he spoke louder. "Hey, what are you doing?" At this point, I was terrified, and after E had yelled that last time, those 3 figures turned their attention to us. Whatever in the world they were, they definitely weren't human, and they did not look nice either. When they turned, it was the most unnatural-looking thing I'd ever seen, and their eyes looked straight through our souls. Beady small yellow dots on an otherwise blank face. E screamed as loud as he could at his sisters to run, then turned, grabbing me and Jay. Together, we sprinted back to the house, hiding in the living room the rest of the night, not sleeping at all. Once the sun came up, we decided we'd go over to the park and check the field for footprints or any clues as to what we saw the night before. Once we were over there, we found large, flattened spots in the grass, but no tracks leading out to it. The spot was just big enough to hold those 3 figures. To this day, I have no good explanation for it all. That park isn't even known to be haunted. But I've never been back there at night ever since. Haunting at the Funeral Home, from Lady Mortician. I'm a 20-something-year-old female who graduated mortuary school in 2015. Now, I know what you're thinking. And yes, that is a job you have to go to school for. Shortly after graduation, I left my small hometown in central North Carolina for a job opportunity in a major city in Wisconsin. Living in a small town, we only had 2 funeral homes, both family-owned and operated. And unless you're family, it's very difficult to get a foot in the door, so to speak. So not wanting my education to go to waste, I moved halfway across the country to start my apprenticeship as a funeral director and embalmer. Working with the dead never scared me. Up until then, I had never encountered anything spooky or paranormal. In fact, I found embalming to be very clinical, the quietness of the funeral home to be calming and peaceful. This particular funeral home I was working for relied on the apprentices for working after regular business hours, which meant being on call every other night and every other weekend. There were 4 of us, 2 pairs. You always went on calls with your apprentice partner. For privacy reasons, I'll call my partner Peter. It was probably January or February. Earlier that day, we'd gotten a decedent in, a homicide victim. This was not my first homicide case nor my last, but one of the most memorable. The young man was an immigrant who came to the United States to start a better life. He'd worked at a nearby gas station at night while he went to school during the day. We all think we know how we'd react in a scary or a violent situation, But you truly never know until you find yourself in one. A lesson this young man learned the hard way. He'd been working the night shift alone when two men attempted to rob the store. The only protection the clerk had was a baseball bat, and he'd been overpowered and beaten to death with that bat. To say his body was a mess would be an understatement. The reconstruction would take hours, even with multiple embalmers working together. Once the medical examiner finished their autopsy, the body was released to our funeral home. We were to embalm him, perform the extensive reconstruction work on his head and face, then have his body shipped back to his home country. I recall vividly how I felt walking into the embalming room that day to help the team repair this man's broken body. It's a feeling I'd never experienced before, and never again after. Walking in, I was overcome with this deep, visceral feeling of great sadness. I was almost brought to tears. The atmosphere was so heavy and sad. Peter could tell that something was up, because normally when I go into the embalming room, I'm usually very chipper, playing music on the radio, singing along, talking to the deceased as though they were keeping me company. Even when I went home for the day, I could not shake that somber feeling. That night was to be Peter and I's night on call. Around 2 a.m., the phone was ringing. It was Peter telling me that we'd gotten a death call, which meant we had to go into the funeral home and use one of the company vehicles to remove the body from the place of death. Half asleep, I pulled on my spare pair of clothes I kept sitting out for such events. Working in a big city, it's rare to go through the night with no calls. I slowly made my way to the funeral home. Being a southern girl, I'm not used to driving with 8+ inches of snow on the ground. When I arrived at the funeral home, I was surprised to see that Peter had not arrived yet. I thought for sure he would arrive before me. Luckily, I had a spare key, so I let myself in through the back door of the funeral home. Now, the layout of the funeral home is important to the story, so let me take a moment to explain. We always come in from the back entrance on the main floor. Also on the main floor are the chapels in the front of the building and the embalming room in the back of the building. Our offices are in the basement. The second floor is an abandoned apartment where the original owner had lived while he ran the funeral home. In order to get to the stairs that lead down to the offices, you had to pass the door to the embalming room, a large white industrial door with a lock and keypad entry system. So I turned on a couple of lights and I made my way downstairs to get clocked in and to collect paperwork that I would need to do our removal. I'm sitting at my desk working on the paperwork when I began to hear footsteps up above me in one of the chapels. Knowing that the building is locked up tight, I shrugged it off. It is a very old building after all. I then hear footsteps coming down the stairs from the main floor. So I called out to Peter to let him know I'm in the office. I waited a moment and received no response. So, still thinking nothing of it, I called out again. "Peter? Knock it off, I'm in here. Come help me with the paperwork so we can hurry this up and get back to bed," I called out. Silence. 5 seconds passed, then 10. I started to get an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I was then startled by my phone chiming. It was a text from Peter. "Sorry, roads are bad out my way. I'll be there soon," it read. Reading those words, I felt my blood run cold. I knew what I heard. I knew I'd heard footsteps. Quietly, I collected my paperwork and I peered out the door of my office. I didn't see anything or anyone. My relief was short-lived, however. As I was making my way up the stairs to the main floor to load a stretcher into the van, the lights in the stairwell started to flicker. I noped the heck out of there. I've never loaded the van up so quickly. I waited in the van for Peter to arrive, not wanting to spend another minute alone in the funeral home. Eventually, Peter did arrive. We performed our body removal and made it back to the funeral home. Peter took the deceased into the embalming room, writing up their toe tags, then leaving them on the stretcher to be embalmed in the morning. I told Peter to go ahead and head home. I knew the roads were bad, and I would just have to go downstairs to assign the case to one of the licensed funeral directors and clock us out. As I headed down a few minutes later, Peter called out that he was leaving. I heard the door lock shut behind him. Peter had a bad habit of turning every single light off when he leaves, even when he's not the only one in the building. That night was no exception. Peter never left the lights on to the embalming room, though. Using the flashlight on my phone, I made my way to the stairs and started to walk up to the main level. I was 2 or 3 stairs from the top when I heard it. This absolutely gut-wrenching sobbing. It's the most heartbroken wailing I've ever heard. I stopped cold. That was not the voice of Peter. And besides, I heard him lock up and leave. As quietly as I could, I climbed the remaining steps. Without daring to even breathe, I poked my head out of the stairwell and looked around. The hair on the back of my neck stood up on end. Then I realized that not only is the light on in the embalming room, but that's where the sobbing had been coming from. My heart felt as though it was going to beat right out of my chest. My mind was screaming for me to get the heck out of there, but I was frozen in fear. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I heard a loud banging coming from the other side of the big industrial door. This banging seemed to shock me back to reality, and I hightailed it to the back door. I fumbled with my keys trying to get out, the crying and banging continuing even as I shoved the door open and locked it behind me. I jumped into my car and took a moment to take a few calming breaths, trying to slow my racing heart. Once my heart rate was no longer at heart attack levels, I inserted my key and put the car into reverse. I could not stop myself from yelping when I heard my backup sensor begin to ding. Something, or someone, was behind my vehicle. I looked in my rearview mirror and nearly screamed. In the mirror, I see a black human-shaped mass illuminated by my taillights. I checked my backup camera display, and the shadow figure did not show up on that display. At this point, I was crying. I was too scared to get out of my car to check, too scared to even stay there and wait it out. I took a deep breath and decided to just go for it. I floored it, skidding backwards in the snow, through where the shadow had just been. When I looked up, the shadow was gone. In its place, I saw something I'll never forget. In the snow, there was one set of footprints. The footprints go from where the shadow person was and led to the brick wall, which formed one side of the embalming room. I've never driven away from there so fast. The following day, I called my boss and explained what happened. He's an older man who's been in the industry his whole life. His father owned the funeral home, as did his grandfather before him. He shared that he's had a few experiences of his own. He agreed to let me work out of one of our other locations until the homicide victim was shipped out later that week. My first day back to the main location was apprehensive, scared of what or who may be waiting for me. But when I walked into the embalming room, the air felt lighter, like a weight had been lifted. To this day, I still cannot come up with any explanation other than the young homicide victim was not ready to cross over and just wanted to make his presence known. Many people I've told this story to have not believed me, but I know what happened. There is more to life and death than can rationally be explained. Of that, I'm certain. Unknown Creature from Anonymous. When I was around 9 or 10 years old, I lived in the Newport Beach area in California, in a nice little neighborhood with my parents. My room was on the second floor and faced out into the street and towards the other houses. It had a slight view down the street. I sadly don't recall why my shades and curtains weren't closed that night, or what woke me up from a dead sleep, but I do know that I shot up wide awake in the middle of the night. I crawled across my bed to lower my shades and to pull my curtain closed when a dark shape caught my attention. I looked down at this dark mass moving up the street. Now, maybe it was because I was young and the logic of hiding behind anything made me feel safer, but I ended up hiding just behind my curtain. I was on the second floor though, and I probably couldn't be seen from where it was on the street. As it drew closer and closer, I noticed it looked weird, kind of like a brown hyena, due to what appeared to be the telltale long-haired coat and pointed ears. But that couldn't be possible. They aren't indigenous to California, so how did one wind up here? However, once it was across the street from my house, Its legs seemed longer than normal, and its neck seemed a little too long. In fact, all of its proportions all seemed wrong. Eerily, it made no sound as it walked, too. Every once in a while, though, it would stop to sniff something here and there. Suddenly, it turned into the brush in front of my neighbor's house, and with no noise, it entered into them silently. I must have strained my eyes for another 10 or 15 minutes after it entered the bushes, trying to see if it would hop up on a wall or reappear. But the thing is, I never saw it come back out. All I can think of is maybe it escaped somehow from the San Diego Zoo, but that's a 45-minute to an hour drive south of the old house, and there were no mentions on news reports of an escaped animal. At the same time, I don't think such an animal could make it that far up the coast without being seen by someone. If you have any idea what this was, it would be very helpful. If not, I guess it's just one of the many mysteries of this world. Not abandoned. From Seeing Things. Whatever term suits your fancy, I'm what you may call a wanderer or a drifter. I've been wandering the country since I graduated high school, jumping from place to place, finding work wherever I can get it. It's not what a person would call stable living, but I do what I can to get by. You can imagine having traveled so much that I have a lot of stories, right? Well, yeah, I do. I've seen and experienced so many things that no one can explain. Ghosts, ghouls, I've many stories of the unexplained. But for the sake of time, I will stick to telling this one for now. Living on the budget of a drifter isn't always comfortable, especially since hotels are so expensive these days, so most nights I have to find somewhere to camp. I enjoy the experience, especially on late spring nights when it's cool out, and you can stare off into the stars as you fall asleep. It was on such a night that this series of occurrences happened. I was in a small town in Colorado. It was about 7 to 7:30 p.m. when I noticed the sun was going down. As per routine, I walked into the woods looking for a place to camp. This evening I was pickier than usual with my selection of camping spot, which led to me walking for what felt like miles into the Colorado foliage, enjoying the scenery and wildlife, until I came to a strange sight. A gas station, I whispered to myself. After walking as long as I did, through trees and other plants I couldn't name, it was shocking to find an old rusted gas station in the middle of nowhere. The place was in shambles and looked like it would fall over at the mere sign of wind. The gas station looked like it was constructed in the 60s by the look of the design. Nevertheless, the place was rickety, and I didn't want to stay the night there due to fear of waking up and being crushed under it. However, Mother Nature wasn't having it, and before I knew it, rain began to fall. Left with such circumstances and night rapidly approaching, I took shelter inside the gas station. The sound of the rain smacking the metal roof echoed in my ears as I entered the building. Entering from the front, there was a large countertop with shelves behind it. To my left, there was a door that went into the garage portion of the station. The whole place was empty, filled only with a strange smell and cracked black and white tiles for flooring. It wasn't the coziest of places, but it beat sleeping in the rain. The only other downside, besides it being a dump, was that there was a bent part of the garage door that opened a crack for possible slithering friends to enter, and the last thing I wanted was to be bitten by a snake in my sleep. So I decided to sleep to the right of the counter, in front of the main door, using my sleeping bag as a mattress. It was when I lay down that I got this strange feeling that I needed to leave right away, as if the building was on fire or there was something dangerous nearby. I ignored this and allowed the exhaustion from walking all day lull me to sleep. What a mistake that was. I awoke to the sound of growling outside the building. It took me a while, but as soon as I realized what it was I was hearing, I became fully alert. Having past encounters with wolves and even bears, I always kept a knife with me for protection. Knife in hand, I tried listening to the growls to identify their source. It didn't sound like a bear. No, this sounded bigger. The growls were some of the deepest I'd ever heard a creature make. What could it be? I asked myself. But before I could think of anything, the growling stopped, and a deep, distorted voice repeated just outside. What could it be? It was as if it was trying to imitate me. Quickly, I rushed to roll up my sleeping bag, placing it inside my backpack. As I continued packing my other things, the sound of the metal garage door being grasped to the point where I heard it bend, followed by the loud screeching of it being opened upwards, rang in my ears. I put on my backpack, running out of the front door through the rain and into the woods. While I ran, I swear I could hear the same deep, distorted voice laughing loudly in the distance. I'm not sure for how long I ran, but eventually I made it back to the small town where I went looking for the police. I found the local sheriff parked next to a diner in his patrol vehicle. I guess he could tell I was a bit shaken, so he brought me in for dinner, sitting me down in a booth, buying me a meal. Once I'd finished eating, and I had calmed down a bit, I told the sheriff what had happened. He laughed, looking out the window, taking a sip of his coffee. Then he spoke. The old gas station, huh? Yeah, that place is not abandoned. Paranormal Encounters on a Native American Reservation. From Chewalk, 79. This is my paranormal experience at the age of 11 years old in Toppenish, Washington. To explain my story, we have to go back to February of 1991, as it didn't start occurring until after this incident. It was Valentine's Day of 1991. I was with my sister, who's 8 years older than me, and I was 11 back then, so she would have been 18. That day she picked me up from school. My mom loaned her the car for the day. We took a back road home, called Track Road in Toppenish, Washington, on the Yakima Reservation. Once leaving school, it's pretty much a straight shot to our house. We lived about 5 miles away from Toppenish. There was a vehicle at the stop sign of Branch Road, the road we took to get to our house on. The car was on the wrong side of the road. My sister attempted to drive around him. He turned and sideswiped our car, on my side. The impact pushed us into a patch of gravel on the shoulder of the road. My sister lost control of the car, and we rolled 3 times. I have no recollection of any of this. The last thing I remember was him hitting us, and my sister saying, "Oh crap." But then I think I blacked out. I remember later waking up in the ER to my family standing around me in the hospital bed. My head hurt, and so did my right hand. I spent a good 2 to 3 weeks in Yakima Regional Hospital. The doctor had to sew up horseshoe-shaped scars on my head and had to put a skin graft on my right hand. Once released from the hospital, months went by. Follow-up appointments also followed. We got into the winter months of the year. I began having insomnia issues. In my bedroom, my single bed was next to the bedroom window. I had pink see-through drapes, and I always felt something was looking in my window 3 to 4 times a week. I wasn't sleeping well. The drapes broke. I was waiting for my mom to eventually get some new ones. One night, while lying in bed, my eyes were shut, but I was tossing and turning. I rolled over on my right side. My arms were still bandaged up. I still had to go through a series of reconstructive surgeries on my right hand. We found out the skin graft would not grow with my body. It was wrapped and splinted up, so I couldn't get comfy in bed. My eyes opened, and instantly out of habit, as I had no drapes on my window, I looked up. I wished I wouldn't have. I saw a brown-skinned man with dark long hair, dark eyes that looked hollow. He appeared to have olden-day regalia on, no shirt, but war paint on his face, red and black strips across each cheek and on his forehead and chin. He seemed to have something draped across his shoulder, maybe a bow or quiver, I'm not sure. The moon was out and it had snowed, so it was as plain as day. His hand was touching the glass, but there was no fog surrounding it, the way a normal living person's hand would when touching cold glass during winter. He looked as if he was longing for something. He looked sad. But at the time, mostly, he just scared the crap out of me. I was 11 going on 12, and there was a strange man standing outside my bedroom window. We only have one level to the house. I gathered my courage to get up out of bed and tiptoe. I went to my mom and stepdad's room next door. The man watched me every single step I took. He looked like an old warrior from the old days before reservations were a thing. His eyes were so hollow but piercing at the same time, gazing at me. I whispered, "Mom?" She didn't wake up. A little louder, I said, "Mom?" "What?" she said. "There's a man standing outside my bedroom." Both she and my stepdad got up, shocked. My stepdad went outside and kept asking if someone was out there. Once he got to the outside window of my bedroom, he looked down, and there he found 2 distinct footprints right outside my window. With snow on the ground, obviously tracks would be left, but there were no tracks leading to or away from those 2 prints. This guy kept visiting me anytime I slept in my room. For a while, I had to sleep in my sister's room with her because of this. But for the duration of while that window had no drapes to cover it, if I ever got brave and tried to sleep in there again, every time I'd be sleeping and I'd wake up with that feeling I was being watched. Beyond watching me, he never did anything to me. But the final straw was when one night I woke up. I had that feeling, and I was expecting to see him again outside my room. I opened my eyes, and to my horror, he was standing right next to me in my bed, looking down. I yelled for my mom. She and my stepdad came running into my bedroom. 4 years of reconstructive surgery, my hand being bandaged and splinted up, I couldn't get out of the bed fast enough. It was like his gaze with those hollow eyes made me paralyzed. My mom and stepdad looked through my room because when they ran in there and turned the light on, as soon as the light was on, he was gone. The moment that light came on, I could even move again. I ran from my room crying, terrified. I would no longer set foot in that room. I slept with my sister, and she was okay with that. By the way, if you're wondering about my sister's health after the accident, she walked away with just bumps and bruises. At the time of the accident, the guy who hit us got out of his car to look at us. In shock, he got back in his car and drove away. Back then, my biological dad gathered up his friends and looked for his car. We'd given a description of it. Both my mom and dad split up nights and stayed with me while in the hospital. Anyway, time went on, we got some new blinds for my bedroom window, and after that night, the man never returned. My dad never could find the guy who hit us that fateful day in February. Years went by, and it was like I'd forgotten about it. 4 years of surgeries done to my hand, and I have a visible scar. We believe when the car rolled, the broken glass and my side of the car was smashed in. That's how I got these worse injuries. One day when I was about 15, I was talking to my mom about the Indian guy outside my bedroom window. She took a long sigh, shaking her head as if to say, "It's time to tell you." After that night he appeared in my bedroom, she found a local medicine woman, and while I was in school, she had the woman do a cleansing on our house. She left my mom with some jugs of blessed rosewater, some bundles of sage, telling her to make an offering to the man who keeps coming around. It didn't have to be something extravagant. I believe my mom left some food, some form of talisman outside, which were taken by someone. She doesn't know who or what took it. The legend or folklore on my reservation, we believed he was a stick Indian, a cursed native spirit who wanders along waterways. We do have a ditch that runs behind our house. The medicine woman told my mom that the car accident and injury I sustained made me more open now, that it would attract some things like him. She believed he wanted me. She didn't know what for, other than the fact I was alive and he wasn't. We never speak of stick Indians, as to speak of them is to attract them. My mother did as the woman told her, and I never saw him again. The medicine woman, I feel, is right. I felt more aware of things after that car accident. Things that made me a cautious child from 11 years of age and on. That man never appeared again, and I'm glad. I'm 43 now. When my gut says to burn sage, I do it. I've been a cleanser now ever since I discovered medicine ways, Wicca, and Taoism. I'm not a religious person, but I believe earth and nature are both beautiful, breathtaking, but they also harbor things we as humans do not understand. I don't deal in anything dark, but I have studied dark arts and magic just to know it, and I know when I come across someone or something that's not good. This story was hard to share. It's been over 30 years. I've sort of stored it in the back of my mind, in the "we will deal with this later" folder. Thank you for letting me share this, even if he never did anything to me. Those eyes still haunt me to this day. When I see any kind of footage of possessions or paranormal things happening to people, I often see their eyes get that 1,000-yard gaze. They dilate, like they're dark and hollow. And every time I see that man, and I get a shiver down my spine. Dirty Tea, from Dave C69. This was around 1974. I was about 5 years old, living in a small town in the Midwest. There wasn't much crime back then. It was the kind of area where no one bothered to lock their doors even at night. I'd recently begun kindergarten. My parents were divorced, and I lived alone with my mom. My mom worked full-time as a secretary, so after school I would have to go to daycare. The daycare was run out of a residential house about 6 blocks from my school. I only had to cross one street to walk from the school to the daycare, and there was an adult crossing guard on that street every day to help kids cross the street. After crossing said street, I would turn left to walk the sidewalk for a block or two, then turn right on the street where the daycare was located. One day after school, I crossed that street, like I always do, and I headed left as usual. As I approached the corner where I needed to turn right, a tall teenage boy came running out of the house on the corner. He stopped right in front of me, blocking the sidewalk. He didn't say anything. He just looked down at me with a creepy smile on his face. I tried to walk around him, but he moved to block my way. I tried a couple of more times to walk around him, but he continued to block me. He never said anything either, just continued to stare down at me with a creepy smile. Finally, he sticks his hand in the pocket of his coat, pulling something out. After he pulls it out, he shows it to me. He's holding a plastic syringe. It had a sharp needle on it. Because the plastic is partially transparent, I can see that the syringe has something in it. The syringe was filled with a dark brown liquid, and it had some solid particles in it. When I was 5, the only thing I could think of was that it was dirty tea. That's what it looked like to me at that age. Tea with dirt in it. I was more confused than anything else. Why was this older boy blocking me from going to daycare? Why was he showing me a syringe? Why was the syringe filled with dirty tea? After about a minute, I guess the teenager grew bored with whatever game he was playing, as he walked away and went back inside his house. When I got to the daycare, I told the owner/manager of the daycare what happened. Or at least, I tried to. My understanding of what happened was rather limited back then. But I do know that she left the house for a while. Other adults were there. I don't know what she did after that. Hindsight being what it is, I think it's most likely that that boy was an addict and his drug-addled mind thought it might be a good idea to shoot up a little boy. I guess I'm lucky he changed his mind. The Sunflower Field. From Red Rum 8521. All of this began when I was around 4 years old. It has occurred every few months since then. I live on the outskirts of a small town in Wisconsin. We had just moved into a new house, so being the child I was nervous. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. I could tell when things were watching me. I would usually spend my time with my grandmother at night, as I'm scared of the dark. I was extremely paranoid that night, because new house, new things to be scared of. For reference, my grandmother's room was across from mine, and my brother's and parents' room were downstairs. When I was sent to bed that night, I reluctantly went. I could feel something watching me every time I was alone in the house. I crawled into bed, and I fell asleep in a few minutes, trying to ignore the shadows. I remember having a dream. It's rare for that to happen for me. It was completely silent, no birds, no crickets, chirping or wind, nothing, just silence. I stood in the middle of a sunflower field that I can only assume went on for miles and miles on each side of me. There was a woman, roughly 5'4" to 5'6", with long wavy brunette hair. She was standing there in a white dress with her back facing me. I called out to her. "Hello?" She ignored me, but she was only a few feet in front of me. There was no way she didn't hear me call. I tried to walk towards her, but no matter how far it seemed I walked, I didn't move, and it stayed like that for as long as I was in the dream. But then I woke up, sweating, feeling very hot, despite it being cold outside that morning. I talked to my grandma about it. The color in her face drained when she heard me describe that dream. She had had the exact same dream, and something had always happened after each time it occurred. Now, I know it sounds crazy, but it happened, and it still happens. However, my grandma has since then passed. The dreams still occur, though. I'm not really sure if it's trying to warn me about something, or if it's just reoccurring for no reason. But it continues to happen every few months, and it terrifies me each time it does. The last time I had this dream was around January 24th, 2022, and my dog died not too long after. I'm tempted to use a Ouija board to see if I can communicate with whatever is causing the dream, but I'm not really sure. What do you think? The White Ghost Lady. From Anonymous. This happened in a small town in Oklahoma called Spavinaw in October of 2018. Ever since this happened, I can never stop thinking about it. I go to sleep every night with fear I'll see this creature again, whatever it was. It was a bright, normal day. I was with my grandma and my sister. We were planning to go to Spavinaw Park for the day. When we got to the park, we had this signature spot we always sat at. Years ago it was clear, but nowadays it's just all woods and trashy. The park is right next to the dam. The floodgates weren't open, so it wasn't all that loud. We had some food with us, and we were planning to stay until dark, so we could tell some scary stories, trying to spook each other. But my sister doesn't get scared easily. By the time it got dark, my grandma and I were ready to go home, but my sister wanted to stay, to play in the field by the woods. I, of course, didn't want to. It was pitch black and I was young. She convinced me to go play with her, though, and by the time we started playing in the field, I wasn't really feeling scared anymore. My grandma headed back to the car to get water, and my sister was in charge. She wanted to go explore the woods now, and I couldn't really say no because she was in charge. So we headed into the woods. By the time we got into the woods, we could hear our grandma calling for us, but my sister did not want to go back. Eventually, I talked her into going back, and when we did, our grandma was extremely mad, asking if we'd seen anyone. We just shook our heads. My grandma then told us to get our stuff and get ready to leave. As we were getting our things, we heard a branch break. I turned around, looking to see if anything was there, and sure enough, there was. My sister and I just stared at what looked to be an all-white figure. It was a lady in a white dress. She had pale skin and white hair. We stood there, the two of us, staring at this white lady. And I kid you not, she stared back at us. Her eyes looked foggy, almost like a gray color, and she moved slow and smooth. My sister tapped on my shoulder, so I told her, "I see her too." I spoke softly to not scare this entity. After a while, the lady turned around and walked away. When we turned around, our grandma was right there. She told us that was the creature she saw while we were gone. That's why she had asked if we had seen anyone. We still go to our signature spot at the park, even though it's just mainly woods and tall grass now. My grandma and grandpa try hard to keep it clean and mow it every once in a while, hoping to see that lady again. We share this experience with our family on Halloween every year to scare the young kids. Still, to this day, my sister, my grandma, and I will never forget this very odd moment. We hope that whatever it wasn't there to hurt anyone. The Woman in the Window, from Tia Beanie. A particular village in the country of India derives attention from a popular folktale. A woman, whom the villagers consider to be a witch, apparently roams the village at night, knocking on houses to be let in. But once the door is open, unknowingly or even out of curiosity, it was said that she would devour any children of the house, leaving the adults in a frightened haze. To prevent this from happening, the villagers came up with an idea. They all wrote the words "Come tomorrow" in thick paint on the doors, thus creating a timeless loop where the witch would read the message and leave to come back the next day, only to read the same thing and repeat. It's unclear where the legend started, but to this day every house in the village has a mandatory "Come tomorrow" sign. The village became famous for this legend, and the story was later adapted into a feature film. Well, onto my story. I grew up in a metropolitan city, pretty much a concrete jungle, and I had no experience with things of the paranormal variety. My family was also pretty spiritual, and Hindu hymns rung out throughout the day at the homestead. So, generally, there was a very positive vibe. The first time I even experienced a difference in the general vibe of the place was when I went to a small town, about 300 kilometers away from home, to work on my degree. Though this place was pretty modern, it wasn't nearly as metropolitan and harbored many small-town beliefs. It was also prone to communal violence and moral policing, so I mostly just kept to myself, never leaving the hostel once it was dark. I shared a room with 2 other students who came from small towns, believing extensively in paranormal phenomena. They would often tell me stories of the land and their collective hostel living experiences. According to their stories, before the hostel building was built, there used to be a huge ring well in the area, notorious for young lovers ending their own lives, forced to that end due to their religious affinities. I'd heard rumors of honor killings and the like when it came to inter-religious love affairs, and I'd even witnessed communal tensions, so self-killings of this kind didn't seem too far-fetched. When my university took over the land, they had closed the well up and built this hostel, and some of my hostel mates claimed to still hear the wails and screams of young men and women as they plunged to their deaths. I never heard anything of that sort, so I couldn't believe it, obviously. What surprised me, however, was that just like in that village, the door to each room had "Come tomorrow" painted on it. The folktale was pretty popular, so I figured it was just a gimmick to ease students' minds. I would laugh at these tales and think of how small town these people were to believe in these things. One night, however, changed my whole perception of what can potentially exist in our world. I was lying down in bed, restless, while my roommates were fast asleep. My bed was right by the window, and looking out, you could see the hallway that led to the bathroom. The hallway lights would always be on, as most of the students would prefer studying outside by the stairs sometimes. I was drifting off to sleep, my eyes focused on the hallway, when all of a sudden I saw a black figure standing there. My first thought was that it was a student, but the more I looked, I realized the figure was pitch black, with no discernible features, just a silhouette of darkness standing in the middle of the hallway. The figure was tall and seemed to glide along the path. It soon disappeared out of view, but by then, I was shell-shocked. I had no idea what I'd just seen. Some part of me wanted to believe that I was just seeing things, that my eyes had been playing tricks on me. I managed to whisper my roommate's name a few times. Being a light sleeper, she woke up and came to my bed to console me. As she sat there with me, asking me what had happened, her gaze went to the door across the room. Since the hallway was lit up, a bit of light always seeped in the room every night. This time, there was a shadow there, as though someone was standing right outside the door. We were both freaked out, because if it was a friend of ours, they would have knocked and we would have answered. Besides, it was a Monday at around 2 a.m. when everyone would be sleeping. After what felt like an eternity, the shadow moved away and the lit-up doorway became clear again. My roommate and I stayed huddled close for a while before we eventually drifted off to sleep. When we told people the next day, some made fun of us, some believed us, but all of them swore they weren't up at that time trying to pull a prank on us. I mentioned this in passing to my hostel warden, who said the energy in this place wasn't quite right, owing to its dark history, and that come tomorrow the sign was intended as a precaution. I never saw the figure again, nor did I have any other paranormal occurrences. I left the hostel pretty soon after that, and moved in with a friend close to the more urban parts of town. But to this day, that night is clearly etched in my mind, and I shudder every time I think about it. Possible Hellhound sighting. From ReadyWeb. I'm not sure how to start this, as I've never shared this encounter with anyone before. This story is very real to me. I know what I saw. I was about 9 years old when it happened. I don't remember every minuscule detail, unfortunately. Back then, I was living in a very small town in Texas. I had a friend who lived out in the boondocks. I would spend many weekends with this friend. For this story, I'll call her Jay. Jay lived about 15 miles out of town and lived on a nice portion of property. We were out on her porch one night. It was pitch black out. Without the porch light on, we wouldn't have seen anything at all. At some point, I happened to turn towards the driveway to Jay's house, as I'd lost interest in whatever she was talking about at the moment. I saw a glint of red moving up and down, as if it was walking. I stared at it for a moment, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. My eyes focused on it after maybe 45 seconds of staring. It appeared to be limping. The way it was moving was just wrong. I guess limping is the closest comparison I could make. It was pretty big from what I can picture in my head, maybe the size of a Russian bear dog. I vaguely remember it turning to me, its eyes solid red. They glowed like red floodlights in the dark. Jay finally realized what I was doing and turned to look as well. Her eyes widened, and she ordered me to go back inside. I glanced at her as I stood up, turning back to this thing to get one more look. It was almost skittering towards us, although slowly. I then booked it into my friend's house, staying far away from the windows at whatever cost. I realize this encounter is short, but I want to know what this was. My best guess is a hellhound, but I'm not sure. I would love to know what you think, and thank you for listening. Don't go where the shadows lurk. From Pay West. During our life, each one of us, or at least most of us, has seen a dose of fear and trauma. A feeling that keeps us awake at night, rattles us whenever we're trying to fall into our warm nightly slumber. Even a brief innocent shut-eye feels like it leaves us vulnerable to whatever evil may be lurking close by. Personally, I've seen my fair share of the unknown and unexplained. Most of it has fascinated me. However, some of these events have left me with scars for life. This particular incident might be the worst of them. 3 years ago, my friends, L, A, and I decided to embark on an exciting camping trip. We're seasoned campers. We'd gone on camping trips many times before. This time, however, we aimed to make the journey longer and more memorable. Eager to find the perfect destination, we scoured the internet for the best places to visit. Our search led us to the intriguing and mysterious COMPILATION, nestled high up in the Hellhound mountain range, a towering peak in our region. Its name, which translated to Pond of Deception in our language, piqued our curiosity. Determined to unravel the tale surrounding it, we set off, oblivious to the extraordinary adventure ahead. We couldn't resist the allure of uncovering its secrets firsthand. As we made our preparations, A stumbled upon a series of unsettling accounts while doing research. Stories whispered of inexplicable occurrences. COMPILATION had a dark history. It was rumored that several unexplained deaths had taken place at the pond. The bodies found were said to have large holes in their chests, their organs mysteriously missing. Though the authorities attributed these deaths to drowning, the peculiar circumstances and lack of evidence raised suspicion. Drowning simply didn't explain the holes in their chests. Adding to that, there were no authentic photographs of the place, as the police wanted to discourage people from visiting. Despite the unsettling information, our sense of adventure overshadowed any possibilities of danger. We were eager to experience the untouched beauty of the clearing, unraveling the truth behind the stories. Determined, we prepared ourselves mentally, gathering the necessary camping gear. A couple of days later, our backpacks packed and excitement coursing through our veins, we set out on the journey. The drive to COMPILATION was a long one, stretching for 12 hours through winding mountain roads and scenic valleys. We made only essential stops, driven by our eagerness to reach our destination before nightfall. As we neared the foot of Hellhound, the imposing mountain said to house the mystical pond, a sense of anticipation and wonder filled the air. Turning onto a dirt path, we left the comfort of civilization behind, venturing into the heart of nature's grandeur. The dense tree line enveloped us, creating a tunnel of towering trees that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air grew colder, and the sounds of the world outside diminished, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional chirping of birds. Emerging from the tree line, we found ourselves in a vast valley, surrounded by majestic peaks reaching for the heavens. It was a sight that filled us with awe and a sense of insignificance. The valley had a gothic charm, as if the mountains guarded ancient secrets and whispered tales of forgotten times. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the tall peaks, casting long shadows that stretched across the valley floor. In the distance, we spotted a small town nestled among the rugged terrain. It consisted of no more than 10 to 15 houses, their architecture simple and weathered. Hoping to find someone who could provide us with some directions or local knowledge about COMPILATION, we approached the seemingly deserted place. However, as we got closer, a strange feeling settled in our chests. There was an eerie stillness, as if time had come to a halt, and the world around us held its breath. As we entered the town, a sense of unease washed over us. The streets were devoid of life, and the atmosphere was thick with an uncanny silence. The houses stood like ancient architecture, their windows and doors closed, giving no glimpse of what lay beyond. Undeterred, we decided to split up, knocking on the doors, hoping to find someone, anyone, willing to shed some light on our destination. We agreed to meet back at the town center after thoroughly exploring the area. The anticipation and curiosity fueled our steps as we set off on our individual quests. I walked up to the nearest house, knocking on the door, "Hello? We apologize for the intrusion," I called out. "We just need some directions." After a while of silence, a deep and distorted voice emerged from one of the houses to the left of me.
2 kilometers to the west. You'll find a narrow path that leads there, but you don't want to go there.
The voice warned us. His voice seemed eerie and loud. It echoed throughout the area, sending shivers down my body like waves of cold water. A and L rushed over, puzzled. "Why did he sound like that?" A whispered, his voice trembling. "Are you alone here?" L asked the man who spoke to us, his tone filled with concern. There was no response this time. We stood in silence, awaiting an answer. Suddenly, an inexplicable noise emerged, growing louder and more distinct by the second. It was laughter. Wicked and malevolent laughter, echoing through the air, followed by unsettling weeping and crying. It was coming from each and every house around us. The cacophony intensified, forcing us to cover our ears. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the sounds ceased. The silence that followed was deafening. None of us dared to speak. We simply stood frozen, listening and waiting. Then the voice uttered one last warning, a sentence that still echoes through my mind.
Don't go where the shadows lurk.
That caught us off guard. Not knowing what this person meant, we looked at each other, confused. "Look," A whispered, pointing his finger behind us. We looked at where he was pointing. My stomach sank as I looked around. The curtains in every house had been slightly drawn to the side, as if someone was watching. "Real weirdos living out here," I mustered the courage to suggest. "I guess," L responded, his voice filled with unease. "Let's get out of here." Not wanting to spend another second there, we hastily retreated to our car, driving away, eager to distance ourselves from the unsettling encounter. As we discussed the situation, we reluctantly decided to follow the directions the creepy man had indicated. I know this never ends well in movies. This was real life. Besides that, we hoped that there might be some truth or resolution to his cryptic message. Nothing like some paranormal stories to get the blood flowing. After a short drive, we reached a point where the road ended and a narrow, winding path led up the mountain. It was clear our car would not be able to make that journey. The path ahead was obscured by tall trees, but it seemed to ascend further into the mountain. Left with no other options, we unloaded our belongings and embarked on a hike on foot. We trudged forward, step by step, but there was no sign of a pond or a clearing. As time passed, we found ourselves at the point where the trail vanished into the dense forest. Darkness had settled in, prompting us to retrieve our flashlights to illuminate the way amidst the towering trees. After nearly an hour of hiking, the pond was nowhere to be found, and exhaustion had gripped us. We decided to take a brief rest, allowing our tired legs a moment of respite. The night had completely descended, enveloping us in darkness. Nourishing ourselves with some snacks to regain energy, we looked back and realized turning back now was no longer an option. We'd come too far to give up. The path was dark and rough. Fortunately, our powerful flashlights provided ample illumination, enabling us to continue our ascent. Gathering our determination, we resumed our journey along the path. Another 20 minutes of walking brought us to the edge of the forest, revealing the sight we'd been seeking. There it was, just beyond a cluster of trees. The pond, nestled amidst vibrant green grass. Regret had already set for not arriving earlier to witness it bathed in the sunlight, but the promise of tomorrow filled us with renewed hope. As fatigue gave way to a sense of accomplishment, we set up camp near the pond. Our tents were erected, and we started a crackling fire to ward off the chilly and subtle wind coming down the mountain. The peaceful ambience of the moonlit scene brought a welcome tranquility after the challenges we'd faced. Underneath the star-studded sky, I couldn't help but find solace in the beauty and vastness of nature. Stories and laughter filled the air as we sat around the campfire, cherishing every moment. We ate and drank, laughing at memories we made as kids. As good as it was sitting there and reliving our fondest of memories, exhaustion eventually caught up with us. We then settled into our sleeping bags. I closed my eyes, welcoming sleep, eagerly awaiting the dawn and the wonders it could reveal. After some time, my sleep was disturbed. I woke up in the middle of the night to a throbbing headache. My body ached all over. Groggily, I reached for my phone and saw that it was 3:13 in the morning. Disoriented and in pain, I tried to ignore the discomfort and go back to sleep. However, amidst my exhaustion, I heard a faint, crying noise, which sounded oddly familiar. It seemed distant, as if carried by a soft breeze. I hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to investigate or not. Convinced it was merely my imagination, conjuring up memories of a past traumatic event, I decided to brush it off, forcing myself back to sleep. As I settled back into my sleeping bag, my thoughts became consumed by the pain in my head and body. I forgot what I'd heard. Each ache seemed to intensify, making it nearly impossible to find relief. I tossed and turned, desperately seeking comfort, but sleep seemed to have eluded me. Finally, after what felt like hours, I fell back to sleep, saving me from the pain and fatigue. The morning arrived, and as I was awakened, I was pleasantly surprised to find myself free of any pain. My head felt clear, my body seemed weightless. After a long, satisfying stretch, I got up, stepping up out of my tent. I was greeted by a breathtakingly beautiful sight. A large pond surrounded by sun-kissed grass. The air carried a refreshing chill, and the sun's warmth was gentle, not overpowering. The scene was simply captivating, leaving me in awe. Eager to start the day, I kindled the fire and began to prepare breakfast. As time passed, Elle and Day emerged from their tents, their faces mirroring the astonishment and delight I'd experienced. "Worth it," exclaimed Elle as he stretched his body. We settled down, sinking our feet into the soft, damp grass, savoring our breakfast together. Engrossed in conversation, we marveled at our surroundings, enjoying some steaming cups of tea. It was a truly remarkable moment. As the day unfolded, we immersed ourselves in a myriad of enjoyable activities, engaging in board games and card games, relishing delectable snacks and refreshing drinks. The weather remained flawless throughout the day, adding to the perfection of our time together. Night soon fell once more, casting its darkness all over. We gathered around the campfire, sipping on hot chocolate that actually lacked any real flavor. As usual, we found ourselves reminiscing about the foolish deeds of our childhood. It quickly evolved into a playful competition, each of us trying to outdo the others with tales of our youthful mischief. Looking back now, it's amusing to think that 3 grown adults were engaged in a lighthearted debate about who had been the most unruly child. Eventually, we decided to bring out the old Monopoly board game. Just as we were about to begin, Elle announced that he needed to take a leak. He wandered off behind the tents, venturing a bit further down into the valley. A and I continued chatting and setting up the game. About 10 minutes passed, and Elle had yet to make an appearance. Growing concerned, A went back to his tent to get his flashlight, while I activated mine on my phone. With the fire's glow still fresh in our eyes, the area behind the tents was shrouded in darkness. A went looking to the right, while I cautiously followed L's path, carefully navigating through the night. Turning left, I found myself facing a cluster of large boulders. I walked up to the boulders, shining my light between them. There he was, standing, his back towards me. Thank goodness, I muttered to myself. L was standing about 15 to 20 feet away, his gaze fixed on a pair of trees. He didn't turn around or acknowledge my presence. I couldn't help but wonder what had captured his attention in the distance. What's he looking at? I wondered. "What are you looking for, man? It's pitch black out there," I quipped. He waved his hand, signaling me to stop talking. I got the message, and I fell silent, walking closer to him. As I approached, my eyes scanned the area, searching for any signs of what had caught his interest. But there was nothing, just an empty expanse. "Hey," I whispered once I reached his side. "Shh," he replied. "Listen." I followed his instructions, straining to hear something amid the complete and utter silence. The nocturnal life seemed non-existent, as if everything had fallen asleep. "Yeah, it's pretty quiet," I murmured. "That's not what I mean," Elle whispered back. "Just listen." Once again, I focused my senses on the surroundings. Then I heard it. Faint, rustling noises. A chill ran down my spine. The sound was subtle, but undeniably close. This area wasn't known for bears or mountain lions, but it was our first time visiting, so we couldn't be certain. "Let's get back to camp. Slowly," I called out to Elle. "Yeah, let's go," he replied, nodding his head in agreement. As we turned around to walk back, a sudden sense of dread washed over me, causing goosebumps to ripple across my skin. Glancing at Elle, I could tell he was experiencing the same unnerving feeling. It was written all over his face. My knees weakened, and a throbbing headache began to come back. Before I could utter a word, a faint, chilling laughter emerged from behind us. Initially low, it gradually grew in intensity. Before long, the laughter became deafening, shaking us to our very core. Like startled deer caught in the blinding glare of headlights, we stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Terror held us in its grip as we listened, helplessly. Then, abruptly, the laughter ceased. A rustling sound emanated from the 2 trees ahead of us. Elle swiftly retrieved his flashlight and directed it toward the source of the noise. What we witnessed next will forever be etched into my memory. Just beyond the reach of the trees, a mysterious black silhouette stood, facing away from us. We stood there, paralyzed with disbelief, struggling to comprehend what we were seeing. It was a challenge to discern its true form. We couldn't tell its size because it was a fair distance away from us. Elle and I remained rooted to the spot, attempting to unravel the enigma before us. The figure slowly emerged from behind the trees. Even recalling that moment now fills me with terror, and I can't help but shudder as I write these words. The entity appeared completely devoid of color, as if enveloped in an inky darkness. I mean, it was even darker than the blackness around us. With a swift motion, it turned its face and peered its head from behind one of the trees. In an ill-fated decision, Elle directed his flashlight towards its face, a choice we would soon regret. What we saw sent shivers down our spines. 2 eyes reflected the beam of Elle's flashlight, but what truly churned my stomach was the colossal, unnerving grin it bore, unveiling a multitude of teeth arranged in a disordered fashion. For a brief moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen. The air grew heavy with an eerie stillness until a distant sound shattered the silence. It was A's voice, calling out to us, and as a result, unsettling whatever presence was standing before us. We watched in terror as its colossal grin vanished, leaving only its piercing eyes visible in the dark. Not long after, a ghastly sound escaped its twisted mouth, a bone-chilling scream which reverberated through the valley and beyond. Soon after, the haunting cries began, accompanied by the emergence of the entity from behind the tree. It revealed itself in its entirety, sending shivers down our spines. Overwhelmed by the sight, I stumbled backward, tripping over a jagged rock and falling to the ground. Yet Elle remained steadfast, his trembling hand clutching the light as he defiantly illuminated the abomination before us. As seconds ticked by, the entity's mournful wails subsided, and it simply stood there, observing us as intensely as we observed it. From behind the imposing boulders, A continued to call out to us, his voice filled with both urgency and concern. It didn't take long for A to find us. When he did, he didn't say a word, but it was evident from his expression that he too had witnessed what we had stumbled upon. "Hey, man, let's go back," I whispered urgently to L. Before he could reply, a sound to our right shattered the tense atmosphere. Laughter, followed by more laughter and weeping from the left, then from all around us. A chilling realization gripped us. Whatever was out there, we had unknowingly entered their territory, their den. The haunting chorus of laughter and crying grew louder, assaulting our ears and our sanity. We instinctively covered our ears, not only to block out the deafening noise, but also to shield ourselves from the bone-chilling horror. I squeezed my eyes shut, overwhelmed. Then, just like the other day, as fast as the noise began, it ceased, leaving my ears ringing in its wake. Slowly, I released my grip, but I dared not open my eyes. I could hear L gasping for breath, attempting to utter something to me. But before any words could form, A shouted from behind us. "Run!" His voice trembled with fear. I forced my eyes open and was met with the sight of hundreds of pairs of eyes reflecting our lights. That was enough to jolt us out of our paralyzed state. Struggling to my feet, I saw L already turning around. Without a second thought, we sprinted up the hill, A urgently urging us to hurry. As we fled, I glanced back at A, whose face had turned ashen with terror. Soon after, the horrendous sound of heavy footsteps reached my ears, growing ever closer. I risked a brief look behind me, and my eyes were met by the grotesque eyes hovering above the massive grin from before, now looming ominously closer. My heart threatened to give out then and there. We managed to push through, making it back to the campsite. Dizzy from the exertion, I collapsed onto the ground. The entity still lingered out there, but to our luck, they seemed to avoid the vicinity of our campfire. They lurked in the darkness, just beyond the fire's glow. Taking a moment to catch our breath, we rose to our feet, each clutching a wooden branch we had collected earlier, our only defense. With their capabilities still unknown to us, the best we could do was wait and pray they didn't come for us. Soon it became evident that they were intentionally avoiding the fire, giving us a brief moment of relief. However, a pressing issue remained, the shortage of wood to sustain us throughout the night. The consequences of the fire going out were unknown and unsettling. Standing there with wooden branches tightly gripped in our hands, we began to hear whispers echoing just beyond our sight in the darkness. They said fire, kill, hungry. Silence enveloped us as none of us dared to utter a word. We even stifled our breathing, fearing the unknown reaction if any of us had made a noise. Hours passed, and the inevitable moment arrived. The fire started to dim. We had only the branches in our hands remaining. Breaking them into smaller pieces, we tried to make it last longer, but soon even those pieces dwindled away. As if the creatures outside were aware that their feeding time drew near every passing minute, the sinister laughing resumed. We were at a loss, unsure of what to do. With our unfortunate demise imminent, we sat down in defeat. The weight of hopelessness hung heavily over us, and not a word was spoken. As the surrounding sounds grew louder and the fire weakened, A stood up, uttering a few words that became our salvation. "Our jackets," A shouted. "Throw them in the fire." Swiftly, he removed his own jacket. A glimmer of hope shone upon us once again. Carefully, we burned our jackets, ensuring the fire stayed alive. As the flames grew stronger, the laughter ceased, replaced by whispered words of death and hunger that echoed around us. We huddled together, taking turns sitting by the fire, desperately trying to keep it ablaze. The gentle breeze that caressed our faces carried with it a poison, tainted by the eerie whispers and the occasional wails of the hellish creatures lurking in the dark. It felt like an eternity had passed, but finally, the long-awaited dawn began to emerge. Never before had I felt such overwhelming gratitude for the sight of the sunrise. Its rays washed over the mountain cliffs, the haunting whispers faded away. In their place, a serene silence descended, interrupted only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. I couldn't help but shed tears of joy. That night, we narrowly escaped death, or a fate far worse. The image the rising sun revealed will forever be etched in my memory. Light, the greatest gift we could receive. We remained rooted to our spots, unwilling to move until the sun had fully illuminated the surroundings. We lacked the strength to pack our belongings properly, hastily grabbing only the essentials and leaving the rest behind. Our descent down the mountain proved arduous, as exhaustion from a sleepless night and the lingering terror clung to our every step. Eventually, we reached our car, loading up our belongings. In silence, Elle took the wheel and drove us back towards civilization. As we passed through the small town one last time, my gaze fell upon the house where that haunting voice had spoken to us. Its door stood slightly ajar, a silhouette peeking through the crack. The thing peeking through was wearing a giant grin, partially visible with one eye. It looked at us, as if challenging us to visit again. At the face of such unsettling sight, I remained silent, diverting my gaze forward, determined not to look back. Much time has passed since that harrowing incident, yet its effects linger within us. We still hang out together, sometimes venturing into the outdoors for camping and hiking, always armed and cautious, avoiding places with unknown and unexplained histories. I'm not sure we'll ever get over that night. However, I can confidently say that it bestowed upon my life a newfound significance, that when you face death, we truly feel alive. If you ever visit Iraqi Kurdistan, don't go where the shadows lurk. Before I go, I'd like to share a few pictures with you. 3 of them were taken while hiking on the night we arrived. I randomly took the pictures of the trails we went through to save memory. The remaining 2 were captured in the morning we descended. Interestingly, in the last 2 photos, while we began our hike down, we noticed something peculiar. A figure, which looked a lot like one of the entities from the former night, watching us from high up on the mountain. Hence, I quickly snapped pictures of it. What was it? Paranormal Encounters from Frankie G. I'm a 33-year-old man. I'd like to share a series of paranormal experiences I had when I was 16 or 17 that really jump-started my hobby into ghost hunting and paranormal investigation. Since I was a kid, I was always into the paranormal as far as I can remember. I even have faint memories of early paranormal experiences when I was around 10 years old, such as seeing the Hat Man entity. I'd never even heard of the Hat Man phenomena until I was in my late 20s, so it couldn't have been my imagination. I've also heard scratching from beneath my bed, which my mother shrugged off by saying it was the cats. But it couldn't have been the cats because the cats she was talking about were outside. These scratches came directly beneath my bed. But the experiences I want to share now happened in my mid-teens and were truly profound, totally unexplainable, and some were even frightening. When I was about 16 or 17 years old, I lived in a small town called Caledonia in the province of Ontario in Canada. These paranormal experiences happened around 2004. I had a daughter at a very young age, so while I went to school, I also worked on the side in a small restaurant, which mostly sold pizza and breakfast. Business was usually slow. It was located near the famous Caledonia Bridge. I scored the job from my friend Graham, who I went to elementary school with when I was younger. His mother owned the place, in fact. When I began working there, I didn't feel anything bad. I didn't think it was haunted, although I did get an eerie feeling in the basement. Then again, what basement doesn't give off an eerie vibe in an old building? So I didn't think much of it. I worked there for a week or two before I experienced anything strange. I did work alone in the beginning, and as I said earlier, business was usually slow. I spent most of my shifts watching DVD movies alone, or with my coworker, Lindsay, who would start to join me later on during my shifts. I should note here that the basement door had a small padlock on it, which we used to keep strangers out. That day, Lindsay and I were talking a lot, since business was slow. It didn't take long before we both discovered we had similar interest in the paranormal. She told me about her passion in ghost hunting, and how she captured unexplained anomalies taking pictures and videos of alleged haunted locations, one of which was the Blue Ghost Tunnel in St. Catharines, about 30 to 45 minutes away from us in Caledonia. This intrigued me, because I heard about that place on a TV show called Creepy Canada. I asked her to show me these pictures and videos, and one day she did. On another day at work, I saw her mini pics of orbs of different colors, and pics of white mist she claimed wasn't smoke or condensation viewed on her laptop. But what intrigued me the most was the VHS tape she played for me on the TV in the dining area. It showed her and her friends walking down a stony path to the Blue Ghost Tunnel in the middle of the day in the summer. To their surprise, the entire entrance to the tunnel and the tunnel itself was filled with thick white fog or mist, seen kind of twirling. As they entered the tunnel, one could see it was cold in there, because they began to be able to see their breaths as they talked in the middle of a hot summer day. Now, sure, I can't say that part was 100% paranormal, but it was bizarre. This influenced me to go there myself eventually, which I did many times in the day and night, but I never did experience or see the thick fog or mist, which I saw in her video. Not long after her showing me this, and talking long hours about ghosts in the dining room, we began to finally experience things at that restaurant. On to the first experience. Lindsay and I were working together, and I had to take a leak, so I told her I'd be right back. I walked down the hall like I did many times before, and I opened the Mel bathroom door on my left. And as I went to close the door, I noticed the basement door directly in front of me was closed and locked as usual. So I closed the bathroom door and turned to walk to the toilet, maybe 3 or 4 feet away from the door. I start to do my business, and as I do, I suddenly hear the door open behind me. I didn't know what to think. My only assumption was it was Lindsay. I was quickly thinking to myself, why would she come down here if she knew I was peeing? I thought maybe she was playing a joke. So I laughed to myself and finished up my business, planning to go right to the dining room to ask her what that was about. As I began to walk towards the bathroom door, which was now open, I see the basement door again, and it's unlocked and wide open as well. I could see down the stairs into that eerie basement. Immediately, I think to myself, that was locked just a few seconds ago. How in the world did I not hear the padlock unlock and the basement door come open? I brushed this off as Lindsay as well. Maybe I didn't hear it because of the sound of the toilet flushing. I was quickly certain Lindsay was playing a joke on me because of all the intense ghost talks we've been having over the past couple of shifts. I calmly shut the basement door and lock it back up, but honestly, I felt uneasy. I proceeded to walk to the dining area. Lindsay wasn't there. I remember she said she was going to make herself some food earlier, so I went over to the kitchen door on my right. I went in and saw Lindsay cooking herself something. I asked, "Did you open the bathroom door and basement door while I was in the washroom?" She replied, kind of surprised, giggling, "No, why?" I then got the biggest shivers down my neck, fear coming over me. "Don't mess with me, Lindsay," I said. "Somebody just turned the knob on the bathroom door while I was taking a leak and opened it a bit, and when I was finished, the basement door was wide open." From her facial expression, I could see a bit of fear welling up in her too. "No, I swear, I was in the kitchen the whole time. Are you serious?" She asked me to verify that I was not playing a joke on her. I felt like she was being sincere, but I couldn't be sure. Together, we searched the restaurant, but we didn't find anyone else there. Now, as I'm typing this, I remember we never checked the basement. Nothing else happened for the rest of the shift. Both of us were left thinking one of us was messing with the other. For my next shift, I was supposed to work alone. I told my boss about the experience, telling her I think the place was haunted, and I refused to work alone. I thought then she would think I was crazy, but to my surprise, she believed me. With a sigh, she said she knew the place was haunted, so she didn't force me to work alone. She stayed with me on my shift and would later set out my shifts to always have someone with me. Most of the time, it was Lindsay who worked with me. As time passed over a course of a few weeks, the basement door started to unlock and open on its own, nearly at least once every shift. And it would seem to almost always happen whenever Lindsay and I were separated, not in the same room. It was creepy at the start, but after becoming accustomed to it, the fear lessened. I even started to suspect that perhaps it was Lindsay continuing to play a long prank on me. That was until one day. It happened when we were in the same room. We both had seen the basement door locked and closed like it should be. We were together doing work in the kitchen. When we finished up there, we went to go watch a movie in the dining area. We exited the kitchen, and to our surprise, the basement door was unlocked and wide open. We looked at each other, fear in our eyes, but a bit of excitement too. For some people, experiencing the paranormal can give you a high, a rush of adrenaline. It makes you question reality, especially after confirming that something that happened was indeed real, with a lack of a good explanation. We both knew that no one else was in that restaurant at the time, and we were both 100% sure the door had been closed and padlocked. Lindsay thought I was messing with her the whole time, and I told her I thought the same about her. We both then knew that this was real. It was happening. Some spirit or entity was toying with us. We shut and relocked the basement door, and we acted like nothing had happened. But this time, whatever was messing with us did something it hadn't done yet before. It opened the door again and again, each and every time we closed it. When we finished our shift and closed down the restaurant, the activity finally stopped. Our next couple of shifts got scarier and more intense. The strange activity started to increase, and it became somewhat aggressive. I don't remember how many shifts this transpired over, but I'll recall them the best I can. One time, the basement door kept opening and we kept shutting it, but it wouldn't stop opening. Sure, it was scary, but it was more annoying. So one shift, I got the courage to open the door, and I stood at the top of the basement stairs, and I called out, Listen, you've made yourself known. We know you're here. Please stop opening this door. It's scaring us and irritating us." After I called out to it, I shut and locked the door once again. But what happened next scared the heck out of me. I was in the dining area looking down the hall at the basement door. I looked away for maybe 2 or 3 seconds, and when I looked back, it was open. How did that open without me hearing it? How did it open so fast? Surely I would have heard the padlock and the doorknob turn, but I didn't, even though I was only about 7 feet away from the door. Out of all the experiences I've had there, this was one of the most profound ones. It really drilled into me a passion to want to research the paranormal. Not only had I not heard any noise at all, I don't even think 2 to 3 seconds was enough time to unlock and open the door. The fact that I asked it to stop, and it didn't, frightened Lindsay and I. It was almost like the spirit was saying, "Screw you," through its actions. So Lindsay decided to talk to it at the top of the stairs, then shut and lock the door herself. To our surprise, it stopped for the rest of the shift after she told it to stop. I theorized it was a guy, and it didn't like me, but for some reason it or he liked Lindsay. I don't really know. I was trying to make sense of it all, On another occasion, we were both in the kitchen, and when we both came out, as usual, the basement door was open. This time, though, I felt an angry presence. When I entered the hallway to close the door, I heard noises, and I noticed all 4 doors were open. The male and female bathroom doors, the janitor's closet door, and basement door were open. Upon further investigation, the noises I heard were actually the tap water running in the washrooms and janitor's closet, and all the sinks had their hot water running too, creating condensation in the bathrooms and closet. I had to go through and shut off all the valves, closing each and every door. I was terrified. What happened next was very bizarre. Lindsay and I walked into the kitchen, and the big jug of olive oil was moved into the middle of the kitchen within seconds of exiting and re-entering the place. Again, without any sound. Now that I'm older and I do not get as spooked as easily, or I should say I still get spooked, but I have a lot more courage, I'd like to think. Usually I run towards the activity and not away from it, hoping to catch my experiences on camera so I can share them with the world. But let me tell you, 17-year-old me was not having it. I quit working there because the activity was getting too intense. Too bad I didn't set up some IR cams in there overnight at the time. A couple of weeks after I quit, I later heard from my boss or former boss that it escalated to it ripping the cupboard door off. I didn't talk to Lindsay for many years. I'm talking well over 10 years, and my experiences became distant memories. I often wondered if what I experienced was even real or not. One year, actually not too long ago, Lindsay found me on Facebook, and she confirmed all my distant memories were true. She remembered everything exactly as I did. That restaurant eventually went out of business, and the building was vacant for years. Today, the building is owned by a company called Seguin Engineering. I emailed them explaining who I was and that in the past I've experienced paranormal activity there, and I asked if the staff had experienced anything themselves. If so, I would love to do a professional scientific paranormal investigation there. They replied, saying that no paranormal activity had happened, and I was not allowed to investigate. Voices during the whiteout, from Ragnarok 16. I've had a number of experiences with the paranormal my entire childhood, and even into my adult life. My family seems to have been plagued by haunted homes for 2 to 3 generations. I've learned a lot about how energy can be carried and trapped and even replayed when the conditions are right. This happened during my time attending college. I'm from a small town in Indiana, and I was working part-time at a Subway restaurant to help pay for my college. During the winter, roughly 2019 and 2020, there was a terrible snowstorm. People were told not to be on the roads unless absolutely necessary. But our store owner was a cheapskate and refused to let us close and go home early. I was a shift lead at the time, the one responsible for closing the store up at night, along with 1 extra employee. That night, I was tagged up with a good friend who worked with me, named R. R and I were doing our usual cleanup duties. When we were done, we sat in the lobby and played on our phones between cleanups. The snow was coming down hard, and the store had become almost deathly quiet, save for the sounds of the machines and refrigerators that were still running. We were in the back of the store, cleaning dishes and putting away prepped food for tomorrow, when suddenly we heard a voice call from up front. I couldn't make out what exactly they said. To me, it just sounded like a normal customer calling for attention or assistance at the counter. We both froze and looked at each other. You see, there was a doorbell that went off when a customer entered the building. It even indicated which door had been opened. However, we had not heard the doorbell. That would have been impossible because it sits right over the prep table I was leaning on. I stood and poked my head around the doorway. To my shock, the lobby was empty. and there were no cars outside. You almost couldn't see outside due to the intense snow. R asked if someone was there, and I said no. R is a skeptic. He kind of just furrowed his brow and shrugged before returning to the dishes. I tried to shake off the odd experience and continue my work too. Later that night, we were sitting in the lobby talking about something when we heard the doorbell go off, and I heard the little indicator alarm say, "Back door." We both stared at each other. No one comes in from the back door except managers or the owner. But neither of them would be out in this blizzard. We both got up to go check in the back. Lo and behold, no one was there. We were definitely starting to get freaked out. As we were about to walk back into the lobby, we heard what sounded like the mop slamming to the ground. It had a fiberglass handle that made a very loud and distinct smacking noise when it fell. We went right back into the kitchen and found the mop, which was standing up like it should be. Nothing else had fallen either. Nothing that we could find. Our adrenaline was ramping up now. R, despite being a skeptic to the paranormal, still got spooked pretty easily by stuff like this. Right before we turned to head toward the lobby again, R visibly jumped. His eyes were huge and full of fear. He grabbed me by the shoulders. It was almost like he was about to use me as a shield. I was and still am about twice his size. "Dude, tell me you heard that." I shook my head and replied, "I didn't. What was it? What's got you so freaked out?" R was nearly panting. He was so scared. "Dude, don't mess with me. You had to have heard that." I once again said I hadn't. "Dude, something just, screamed, right in my ear." That freaked me out more now. I've had things whisper to me before, but I had never heard of something screaming in your ear. I told him to go back to the lobby. We could just chill in there. R hurried past me and went to our booth in the lobby. I sat with him while we tried to calm our nerves. We heard more voices coming from the back, muffled, like you couldn't quite make out what they were saying. We could identify two voices, a man's and a woman's, speaking back and forth. We stared at the kitchen door the entire time, expecting to see someone, but we didn't, and we did not go back there again until we had to. A couple of hours later, we closed the store down, but we were on edge for the rest of the night. I even lost track of my count several times, because I was just waiting for something else to happen. I have no idea what it was my friend heard, or what either of us had heard that night. But it never did happen again. I should note there's a railroad that runs behind the store, and the railroad tracks run right over the old haunted bridge of Avon, Indiana. Could the storm have rustled up some of that trapped energy from the tracks, sending wayward souls into our store? Or did we just start getting nutty from the isolation of the blizzard? Whatever it was, I'm just glad we never experienced it again. Somehow, R remains a skeptic even to this day, but I think that experience might have shaken his beliefs just a little bit. Demon in the Doorway, from Yo Stevo. It seems that more people than one would think tend to experience some form of paranormal activity in their life. Some seem to be more fantastic than others, and believe me, I've heard my share of both. When I was 16 years old, I was spending the summer visiting with my Nana and Papa. That's grandparents for those who were not raised in the South. They lived on about 20 acres in a small town in central Oklahoma. There were miles of farmland all around, and neighbors were few and far between. Seriously, I mean their nearest neighbor lived almost a quarter of a mile away, and she happened to be my great aunt. It was extremely peaceful and quiet. although at night it could sometimes feel a little ominous. As you entered onto the property off the main road, there was a long gravel driveway leading up to the house. After about 80 feet, you could either go left and pull into the driveway or continue straight and head towards the barn. About 100 yards beyond the barn was a gradual slope that separated a very large spring-fed pond from the main property, which, by the way, had some of the best wide-mouth bass and crappie fishing I've ever had in my life. Their house was a single-level 3-bedroom, 2-bath ranch-style home with an attached 2-car garage. As you walked through the front door to the left of the garage, you entered the living room. To the left was a hallway that led to the bedrooms and bathrooms. The main bathroom was the first door on the right, and the guest room where I slept was the second door on the right at the end of the hall. My grandparents, of course, slept in the master bedroom, directly across the hall from my room. They had an attached bathroom which basically was only used by Papa, so it wasn't uncommon to see my Nana shuffle across the hallway in the middle of the night to use the other bathroom. She even kept a nightlight by the bathroom door for that very purpose. Now, to be honest, I don't scare that easily, and as I said, I've experienced the paranormal on several occasions, most of which happened at my old house in Utah. But those are stories for another time. Nonetheless, something about the hallway in particular at this house creeped me out. I would be sitting in the living room watching TV, and I would feel something watching me from the end of the hallway. My Nana kept an antique fabric doll on a small table at the end of the hall, and even though it looked somewhat creepy, it never really freaked me out. No, it wasn't that. It was something else, something foreboding, and I could feel it from time to time just leering at me, like it was intentionally trying to make me uncomfortable. One afternoon, I had just fed and watered the cows. I was eating lunch and watching some TV before going fishing. My Nana was in the kitchen and my Papa was out on his tractor, 3 miles away in the north pasture baling hay. As I took a bite of my sandwich, out of nowhere, I started to get that uncomfortable feeling again. Hesitantly, I looked left down that hallway, and I swear to you, I saw that antique doll by itself turn completely to the right, and it was now facing my grandparents' bedroom. I froze with my mouth shut mid-chew, jaw slacked open, trying my best not to make a big deal about it. I calmly went back to watching TV, but seconds later, I couldn't help myself but to look again. Nervously, I looked back down the hall, only to discover that the doll had now turned 180 degrees and was now facing my bedroom. There are no train tracks in this area, and the kind of vibrations it would take to cause that to happen would have been felt throughout the entire house. Needless to say, me and the rest of my sandwich left to go fishing immediately. Later on that night, long after my grandparents went to bed, I was getting tired myself and decided that I had delayed going to bed too long. I told myself I was being silly. There wasn't anything to really be afraid of. So I manned up and made my way toward the bedroom. I reminded myself along the way, it's no big deal, just go to bed. As I stepped through the doorway, I even made it a point to say quietly but out loud, "You don't scare me. Leave me alone." Well, challenge accepted, I guess. Now, I'm a very deep sleeper. In fact, once while I was visiting there on another occasion, I had literally slept through a tornado. Anyways, a short while after I'd fallen asleep, I shot right up in bed, wide awake, as if someone had urgently tried to get my attention. The bed I was sleeping in faced a closet, and if you looked slightly to the right, there was the doorway to the bedroom. I always slept with the bedroom door open, and if you looked out, all you could see was the hallway wall, which dimly reflected the nightlight from the bathroom. As I turned my head to look at the doorway, I saw a solid black human-shaped figure standing at the entrance. At first, I tried telling myself it was just my Nana, stopping to look in on me on her way to the bathroom. But no, I knew that wasn't the case. I'd seen her make that trip in the middle of the night many times over, and it never looked like this. This thing, whatever it was darker than any shadow I'd ever seen in my entire life. It's so hard to put into words, but even though this thing was featureless, I could tell that it was staring right at me. And as horrifying as it was to look at, the feeling it gave me was even worse. I can't even begin to explain the level of negativity and evil that was emanating from it. And just as I was trying to process all of this, suddenly it made a motion like it was going to enter the room. In that same moment, as I lay there petrified and knowing full well that any second this abomination was going to be even closer to me, it failed to breach the threshold. I mean, it's like something was preventing it from coming into my room. As ridiculous as it sounds, it's as if there was some sort of invisible force field preventing it from coming in. Not like that stopped it from trying, though. Over and over, it repeatedly attempted to come in. With every attempt, I grew more and more nervous and terrified that it was finally going to succeed. I thought about yelling out for help, but honestly, I didn't want to have them come rushing out only to discover nothing. Then I would have to try to explain this fiasco. Or worse, I would risk the chance of my grandparents actually encountering this thing. I didn't want them to die of a heart attack or get hurt or something like that. So the only thing I could think to do was pull the covers up over my head like a child and pray for God to take this thing away. I'm not an extremely religious person, but in that moment, it seemed like the right way to go. I mean, what else would you do? And don't give me the, I would have just blah blah blah. Bullcrap. You would have soiled yourself, nearly like I did. I didn't even peek out from under the covers to see if it was gone, because I just knew if I did, it either wouldn't be gone, or worse, it would be standing there right next to me, and I wasn't willing to roll those dice. I even pinched myself hard to make sure I wasn't just having a nightmare. I stayed there under the covers like that, praying until I finally went back to sleep. I woke up in the morning to the smell of bacon cooking, the sun shining, and everything going back to normal. I debated calling my folks and having them put me on an earlier flight back home. But in the end, I decided that I wasn't going to let this experience ruin my summer vacation, denying me time with the people I loved. Well, I'm glad I stayed. My grandparents are both gone now. Leaving early would have been something I regretted doing for the rest of my life. I never saw that thing again. And strangely enough, the hallway didn't creep me out to the same level it used to anymore. I eventually did ask my Nana before she passed if she had ever experienced any weird activity there. She told me, "Well, I've seen a couple of weird things, but if you don't pay it any mind, it'll leave you alone." Like I mentioned earlier, I've had several paranormal encounters in my life, but no matter how tough you think you are, or how much you think paranormal crap doesn't really bother you, nothing prepares you for an experience like that. Don't trail ride at night. From Cassie, 1988. This story happened when I was a teen and has always haunted me. I was never sure what I'd seen, but I knew that it wasn't normal. I've never spoken of it until now. After listening to this podcast, I figured out what it might be. I would also like to say that the horse in this story held a very special place in my heart, and still does. She protected me that night, and I'll never forget it. I believe what I encountered that night was a Wendigo, but you be the judge. Here's my story. I grew up in a small town in northern British Columbia that is known for its rivers and lakes and other outdoor recreational activities. Since I was very little, my family has always had horses, which meant that we spent a lot of time exploring the trails around the town. These included the cross-country ski trails that were located just outside of town. My family and family friends enjoyed camping at the ski trails since they had a nice covered area, and the lake was right there to swim and kayak on. We'd been there a bunch of times before without incident. On this particular weekend, a very large group of us decided to spend the weekend camping and trail riding. We arrived early in the afternoon around noon and set up camp, then went on a trail ride. The forest at the time was beautiful and peaceful. We found a few trails that connected to take us around the lake and just enjoyed the ride. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Once that ride was over, we set to making dinner and getting ready for the evening. Around 6 p.m., D and F showed up, having gotten off of work. They were sad that they had missed the ride. None of the adults wanted to go again, so I said that I would take them around, because I knew the trail. So I saddled back up and they joined me. We left camp around 7 p.m. Now I should note here that in Canada, in the summer, it doesn't get dark until around 10 p.m., so we thought we had plenty of light left for the ride. We started down the trail and everything seemed normal, so I thought nothing of it. We'd been on the trail for about half an hour when my horse started to act up. She began to snort and flag her tail like she was scared of something. I kept my head on a swivel, watching for anything in the woods that might be scaring her. It was a little farther down the trail when I realized something was off. It was too quiet, and we were the only ones making noise. I also had this gut feeling that we were being watched. At first, I thought it was probably just a bear, which had possibly chased away all the life around us. But then I get this awful feeling of dread, like a Dementor from Harry Potter was affecting me, like a feeling I was never going to be happy again. It was so strange. It took us about an hour and a half to get to the top of the trail, which overlooked the lake. It was a beautiful spot, and D and F wanted to stop and take pictures. We got off the horses then and took some photos. It was starting to get dark, so we didn't stay long. But during the photo session, the wind picked up, and we got hit with this horrible smell. The scent was like rotting flesh and garbage. I swallowed hard then, thinking that we'd stumbled across a kill that a bear had left behind. That's when my horse snorted again, flagging her tail and stomping at the ground hard, acting even more scared than before. I looked around the forest, just waiting for something to jump out at us, when I saw them. There in the trees, about 8 feet off the ground, was a set of yellow eyes looking right at me. I shivered and stayed transfixed on the eyes. I was sure it was my imagination playing tricks on me until I saw it breathe. I took a deep breath and said, "Guys, I think we need to leave." The two of them nodded, not seeing the eyes in the trees. We continued down the trail. I kept looking behind me, hoping that whatever I saw was just in my head. But it wasn't. I still had the feeling of being watched, and that horrible stench followed us down the trail. I knew we were still a long way from the camp, probably an hour or more. I kept my head on a swivel, hoping that whatever was following us stayed back there in the trees. By the time we reached the main leg of the ski trails, it was way past 10 p.m., and the sun had set. The horses had all started to act up near the end of the trail before we hit the main line. It was actually starting to scare me. We had just crested a small hill on the main line when I heard the trees cracking behind me. I swallowed hard, daring to turn around, hoping and praying that it was just a moose. Unfortunately, that wasn't it. What I saw standing in the middle of the trail is something I can only describe as death. It was tall and lanky, almost like its limbs were too long for its body. It stood on 2 legs and had the head of a deer with sharp canine teeth and human-like back teeth. Its yellow eyes were sunk into its head. I almost froze there, terrified, but I felt in my bones that this thing was dangerous. I screamed at D and F to run. They turned around, and I saw their faces go white. The horses they were on took off into the night, and mine soon followed. I put one hand as far up her neck to give her as much room to stretch out and run as I could. I heard the thing screech. Then I heard thudding footsteps behind me, and I tried to kick my horse into an even faster pace. I could hear the creature getting closer and closer to us, and I screamed at the boys to keep kicking and to not look back. I soon felt a presence beside me, so I looked over, only to see the creature right there, running along with me. I panicked, trying to position myself away from it, but I didn't want to come off my horse. What happened next solidified that my horse was truly my best friend in the whole world. As we ran, I saw the thing try and grab me, and just as it was about to grab my arm, my mare pinned her ears and turned her head with her teeth bared. She grabbed onto the creature's arm, pulling it forward in front of us and knocking it to the ground. She jumped over the thing as it tumbled, and when we landed, she gave it a good kick to the head. I could even hear her hoof connect with the bones, and I cringed for it. We made it back to camp shortly after, and everyone had their flashlights out getting ready to come look for us. We told them what we'd seen, that we wanted to pack up and leave now. Of course, no one believed us, saying we mistook it for a deer or other animal, but we convinced them to pack up anyway. I hardly slept that night. It all felt like some really bad nightmare. The following morning, I went out to grab my mare to go for a ride, still hoping it was just a nightmare, only to find she had blood in her mouth and on her lip from the bite she gave that creature. Plus, there were marks on her legs from the claws trying to rake at her. I hugged her neck and pulled her close to me. She'd been the reason that I made it out alive that night. To all of you out there who trail ride in the forest, be super careful at night. We suffer a family curse. From Sierra G. I'm aware people may not believe this, but that's fine. I know what my family and I experienced throughout those years. For the first half of my life, my family lived in haunted homes. At this point, I honestly don't know whether we were the haunted ones or the locations themselves were haunted. All I can confirm is that all my life until recently, no matter where I lived, I never felt alone, even when I was the only person in the room. Perhaps it's due to the alleged curse on my family, or mere coincidence, who can really say? But here's my long story of my family's misfortune. My grandfather on my dad's side came from Spain, my grandmother from Mexico. However, they moved to America and got married, having several daughters, my father and my uncle. I haven't met all my aunts since I was young, so that's why I'm unsure of the exact amount of aunts I have. The story goes that somewhere after that, my grandma made a friend who was a bruja, a Mexican witch. They were friends for many years, and she would at some point have my grandmother aid her in her practices. This eventually led to all my aunts getting involved too. I'm not sure on what all they did, as no one likes to speak on it too often. And I'm not saying everyone who practices will cause things like this. But I do know that after a few years of helping this woman, things got dark. One day, my aunts were in a room doing a spell of sorts, and their room door slammed shut. My father says they then heard all the girls screaming, so they ran in to help. But even with the force of my dad, his brother, and my grandfather, both of whom played football and were very strong, they could not get through the door, even by throwing all their weight into it. And this was not a heavy-duty door. It was one of those thin, cheap wooden doors. The boys kept trying their hardest as the screaming persisted. The girls said some sort of portal opened in that room, and one of my aunts was dragged across the room and under the bed towards it. Eventually, the boys made it inside, and everything stopped. But this was supposedly when my grandma had enough. She told the woman she would not be helping her anymore. This made the woman mad, and she told my grandma she would regret this decision, that she would curse our family. My grandma never helped that woman again, cutting off their friendship entirely. However, things did start to go wrong for my family after that, coming across much misfortune and terrifying experiences. I myself have experienced many things. I do believe the curse, though there is speculation on what exactly the curse is. Bad luck? Something dark attached to our name? All I know is that it's bad, Fast forward to my father marrying my mother and having us 4 kids. I'm told our family was always surrounded by negative energy and paranormal happenings. My mom has told me how when my oldest sister was a baby, she once heard whispering from her crib. She couldn't make it all out, but she heard a man and woman's voice say they wanted her. She called psychics who told her there was something following my family, which was attached to my father, sister, and eventually us 3 kids. My mom told me about when I was a baby, I was sitting in the living room watching TV, playing with blocks when paranormal activity began to happen. Things began to spin, being thrown, and my mom shouted, "What do you want?" That's when a glass flower vase broke, and a chunk of glass shot towards me, hitting the floor right when it reached my foot. I remember when I got a little older, I was sitting in the hallway playing with marbles as my mom gave my baby sister a bath. One of my marbles rolled into my sister's room. I was confused, as I hadn't touched it. Then I heard my big sister's voice tell me to come here. I peeked my head in her room, and I couldn't see her. I giggled and said, "Where are you?" I swear I heard her answer, "Over here." My marble then rolled out from under her bed. My mom came up behind me then, asking who I was talking to. I told her my older sister, and her eyes widened. "Honey," she said, "your sister's at school." After that, she forced me to sit in the bathroom with her while she did my baby sister's hair. Things definitely escalated after my baby brother was born, and we moved from our small town into an even smaller town nearby. To this day, things that happened in that house haunt me. At first, us kids would see what we called shadow people, often seeing dark figures dart into the rooms. Then they started to interact with us. One time, my little sister and I were playing with our toys in the bathroom when I remember seeing a tall shadow peek into the doorway. We shrieked at the top of our lungs. Dad and Mom came running in as the figure flew down the hall into our room, slamming the door behind it. A few days after that, our little brother started to scream bloody murder in the middle of the night. When we ran into our parents' room to see what the heck was going on, we found our parents holding him as he sobbed, fighting to climb into our dad's arms, refusing to look at our mom. He kept saying, "Scary mommy." We were all frightened and confused. When he finally calmed down, they asked what happened, and he said, "Mommy was crawling on the wall above me. She opened her mouth and blood came out. She tried to get me." Naturally, we were all terrified, and it took a lot of convincing for my mom to get him to look at her, so she could explain that that wasn't really her, that she would never do that to him. I'll admit at first I thought he just had a really scary nightmare, until a few days later when my little sister, my baby brother, and I were in my parents' room on their bed, pretending to be wrestlers for WWE. At one point, my sister jumped on me as we pretended to fight, when my brother started to scream and cry. We thought we heard him, until he started to scream, "Scary mommy." We panicked and looked at where he was pointing. I swear I saw a figure leaving the room from the ceiling as my dad came in to yet again see what he was crying about. He saw her many times after that, always calling whatever that thing or entity was, "Scary mommy." Things continued from then on. I'd often hear my dad or grandpa calling me into the laundry room, even when I knew for a fact they weren't in there. Waking in the night, I would hear my name being called, or see figures go into my closet, often hearing doors slam when we refused to follow the voices. It was a never-ending cycle, and just as you thought you were getting used to things, they would get worse. One day, when my oldest sister and my little brother were having breakfast, they said they saw a scary-looking pale green lizard man clutching the wall with his tongue out, watching them as they both froze in fear, not even knowing how to react at that point. Even after moving from that house, activity continued. One year when our parents left town to go Christmas shopping, because there weren't any big stores in our small town, they left us with our big sister. We all slept in the same room because we were aware that being alone was a bad idea. But that night, I woke to the sound of banging. I sat up and saw my big sister staring at the door, which was visibly moving as the banging noise continued. My heart raced as my two younger siblings woke to the sound too. The lights flickered as we began to cry. The room door opened and slammed shut. My sister tried calling our parents, but there was no answer. The banging went on for at least 2 hours without letting up, and we all heard different things. I heard my big sister call me into her room, which made no sense because she was right beside me. Eventually, the noise finally stopped, and we sat in silence, unsure of what was going to happen next. Suddenly, we heard the front door open and close. We thought our parents were finally home, so we all jumped up and booked it out of the room. But the entire house was still dark. We went downstairs calling for Mom and Dad, but they weren't home. The TV in the living room then flickered on and off. We heard the door upstairs start to bang again. I couldn't stop crying. Our sister tried calling them over and over, but still got no answer. Then things got quiet. My brother wanted to watch some Scooby-Doo, so we tried turning on the TV for him, but it kept shutting off along with all the other lights. This felt like it went on for ages. We all huddled on the couch, crying in the dark, until our parents actually walked through the door, confused why we were all sitting there in the dark. We ran over and hugged them, telling them what happened, and from then on, anytime they went shopping, we went with them. About a year after that, our parents got a divorce, and for my mom, things stopped. But for us, they continued. I started to see a dark figure with a hat randomly appearing, no matter where I was. I've had dreams of that figure telling me they were coming for me, and I still heard voices of people that were not there. My older sister woke up to a weight on her chest. When she opened her eyes, she saw a blue woman with dark hair snarling at her. She couldn't move until she closed her eyes again, relaxing her mind and tried to roll over. The entity just lifted off of her. My dad woke up one night to feelings of being choked with something hitting his chest. One time I felt so entirely drained I couldn't get out of bed all day. Then that night, I woke up standing in front of an open window in my sister's room of our second-floor apartment, having no idea how I got there. I'm just lucky I woke up, I suppose. For the most part, things have calmed down regarding the paranormal aspects of my life. I'm 21. I've researched ways to protect myself from things of that nature. I sleep better at night, perhaps due to the constant protection spells, sleep spells, and cleansings that I now do in my daily life. Or maybe it's something else, who knows. You can believe what you want, it's your choice. Just be careful who you cross. For me, witchcraft is real. Spirits, the paranormal, the unexplained, cryptids, legends, curses, it's all real. So next time someone tells you a scary experience they had, don't laugh. Have some sympathy. They could be surviving a curse. Creepy encounter on a hiking trail. From a user on Reddit with a name I can't say. When I was in high school, I played on the basketball team and ran track. To keep my cardio up, I used to run this 11-kilometer hiking trail that went through the hills right outside of my town. It was a small town. It was safe for the most part, and everybody knew each other. I wouldn't call this trail remote, because at certain points you'd pass by a dog park, train tracks, and one stretch of it ran alongside the highway. But some parts were pretty deep into the woods. There was an option to do a 4-kilometer loop inside of this 11-kilometer trail, and people traveled this route much more often. I hardly ever ran into anybody on the longer trail. I'd been running this same trail for 3 years, and nothing strange ever happened, until one day. It started off as it normally did. I parked my car on the dirt road that came off of the highway, smoked a little bit while queuing songs on my phone. Then I put my earphones in, popped a piece of gum in my mouth, and began walking toward the trail. The only things I took with me on my runs were my phone, earphones, and a single car key wrapped around my index finger. I don't recall seeing anybody on the trail that day. This happened in the afternoon, and it wasn't abnormal for the trail to be less busy than it would have been during the evening. I walked for a few minutes while I was still on the crushed stone path. Once I got a little ways into the trail, it turned pretty rugged. Dirt and mud, with large tree roots reaching across in all directions. I liked this trail because I had to focus on where my feet were landing with every step, so I was less focused on how much energy I was exerting. I was about halfway through the 11-kilometer loop, and this was really the most remote part of it. All forest, with a lot of hills and dips in the path and big boulders all around. I didn't see or hear anything odd, but out of nowhere, this extreme and sudden sense of dread overwhelmed me. I kept running, not really reacting to it. Once I reached a more flat part of the trail, just a few feet ahead, I took out my earphones while keeping the same running pace. It was then I noticed it was eerily silent. I acknowledged it, thinking it meant there's likely some sort of predator in the area. The only predators that would have been around me for wildlife would be a coyote, maybe a bear, but this would be very unlikely, as there are never any bear sightings anywhere near the town. I slowed my jog down to a walk, because the trail got steep, and I had to walk over knee-high rocks, but I was still moving fast. I mean, after all, I felt like there was something behind me. For some reason, the next part is very hard for me to remember. Just this slice of about 30 seconds feels a bit like I'm trying to recall a dream that I had. But what happened was, I saw something out in the trees. For some reason, when I try to remember what I saw, it comes out more like a blurry image. I know that it wasn't some animal. It was a person. It's hard to explain, but I could clearly sense this was a man. I pretended not to see this figure in the trees. I remember doing this so they wouldn't know that I was aware of them. This reaction of mine felt subconscious, automatic, 100% instinctual. The figure wasn't behind me in the way that it felt when I first sensed a presence. I could feel it in front of me to the side, like my 2 o'clock to be exact. It didn't move as I walked by it. The person just stood there completely still, watching me pass. Once I got up around the turn, probably 15 feet ahead, I ran so freaking fast, it was like my feet were about to detach from my body. I remember how weak my knees felt in this sprint, but adrenaline was carrying me out of there at a speed that was faster than I've ever moved in my life. I didn't hear footsteps, but it felt as if they were right behind me. It was almost as if I would feel 2 hands reach out and grab me at any moment. This was primal fear. I did not stop running until I was out of the trees and I could see my car. This may feel anticlimactic, but nothing happened, and when I looked back after leaving the woods, there was nobody there. My adrenaline was flooding the entire time, but this deep sense of dread left a couple of minutes after it arrived. I just knew I couldn't stop running, not until I was out. I think somebody was coming after me. Maybe they saw a 5-foot young girl with long blonde hair running alone in the woods. Maybe they were waiting for somebody to pass by, but I have a gut feeling that they were out there for some other reason, and I happened to walk by at the wrong time. Nothing like this ever happened to me before or after this run, although I did switch trails after 2 or 3 more visits. I didn't feel the sense of dread that I felt that day, but I could never shake the feeling that it might happen again. Sometimes I wonder if something would have happened to me if I did keep running there. I don't live there anymore. I haven't been there in a while, and I haven't heard of anything bad happening there. But I do know that someone was in the woods that day, and they did not have good intentions when they saw me walk by. Has anyone else ever been out in the woods and experienced this sense of dread without really seeing or hearing danger? We all know about the primal instincts that we carry with us as humans, how we can feel a set of eyes on us without ever seeing it. What do you think? Was there someone out in the woods that day, or did I just scare myself really bad? What was that thing? From Zach. When I was about 9 years old, I was living in a small house in a small town. One night, I was home alone with my older brother. My parents were gone for the night, so we just played video games in the living room. My brother got up to go get some food for us. He was gone for about 15 minutes. I was suspicious as to why he was gone so long, so I got up and went to go in the kitchen to look for him. But he wasn't there. I called out for him, but he didn't answer. I was starting to get nervous. The house was silent, so silent you could hear a mouse running through the walls. I then noticed the TV wasn't making any noise, which was strange because I didn't turn it off when I got up. I then went to go check to see why the TV had turned off. When I got to the TV, I tried to turn it back on, but nothing happened. I checked behind the TV and it was unplugged. I was starting to think my brother was trying to scare me, so I yelled out, "Hey, stop! I'm gonna tell Mom or Dad." But there was nothing. No sound, no response. I was really beginning to get scared. I was almost crying, but I decided to search the rest of the house for my brother. After trying, I couldn't find him anywhere. When I checked our hallway, I found the basement door open, but not all the way. Just a little crack, just enough for someone to be watching me without me noticing that they were. I approached the door and all of a sudden, a big bang, almost like something had fallen down the stairs, nearly shook the whole house. It sounded like something or someone falling down the stairs. Quickly, I opened the basement door. That's when I saw it. This pale, skinny, tall-looking thing crawling towards the basement exit. I slammed the door shut, running to the front door window. I saw it again, now running on its back legs, disappearing into the dark forest. I was so scared, I couldn't speak, I couldn't even move. Until my brother came up behind me and tapped on my shoulder. I was startled, turning around in an instant. My brother was just standing there, asking me if everything was okay. Beginning to cry, I told him no. I was looking everywhere for you. Where were you? He replied, I was outside. My friend came over to the house and knocked on the back door, so we chatted for a bit. Okay, I said, and I walked away. I didn't want to tell my brother what I just saw, so I went upstairs to my room. I called my parents, explaining what happened to them. I told them they had to come home soon. Later that night, around 1:30 a.m., my parents finally got home. I was already sleeping by then, so I didn't know what happened or what my parents talked about regarding what I had told them. We still live in the same house today, but nothing has happened since that night. Thank God. Whatever that thing was, I hope to never see again. Thanks for listening to Unexplained Encounters. If you enjoyed the show, you can support us in a number of other ways. You can go to eeriecast.store to buy some creepy t-shirts or coffee mugs. Go to eeriecast.com to listen to and follow this show and our other scary podcasts on your favorite podcasting app, or follow me on Twitter @DarkPrevails for more screams and memes. Before I go, be sure to send me your scariest stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org. Until next time, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.